This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Greetings and welcome to Winning 2024. How's everybody doing out there? Hope you're all doing and living well. First off, let's thank all those reoccurring members for the winner circle. You're scrolling at the bottom of the screen there. Thank you so much. And if you're not on that list, and you should be, I was looking around, just let me know. Making sure I have everybody on there that's a recurring member and supporting the channel monthly basis. Thank you so much. Of course, you guys all support the channel by being here, and I appreciate that as well. Thank you also to Wolfram and Shelly for being Rumble supporters on that side. Thank you for helping out with that platform as well. Let's say hello to the crowd. We got a crowd in here already. Thank you, Wolfram, for dropping these links. Remember to listen to the wolf. He knows what he's talking about. All right. He wiped his paws, lives in the house, and we know that he's here. Yes, I needed 10 more minutes. Yeah, 8 o'clock snuck up on me really quickly for some reason. But thank you for being here. Hi, Heidi. How you doing? Welcome. Hi, TRX. This isn't a pop-up show. This is a scheduled show, but thank you for being here. Let's see, we got everything going here. All right. OG Sunshine, what's up? Thank you for being here. All right, and we got Murph's Turf. Thank you. How you doing? Cool Gamer, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Thanks again for being a recurring member, man. I appreciate that. Off and running. Yeah. Let me switch up this banner. All right. So tonight we're going to run through more updates on the Trump assassination case, assassination attempt case, and a couple announcements before we get started. Yeah, the stream from last night got age restricted. I was like, what? Age restricted? That's the first time it's ever happened. So we've passed a milestone here, I guess. We've crossed the new territory, but I did appeal it, citing that, all of the sources that I used came from unrestricted videos on YouTube. So maybe they'll figure out they screwed that up. But either way, whatever. Did everything start as according to plan here? We're good on okay, yes, we are going on X. We are good on X. We are good on Rumble. All right, we're off and rolling. Thank you guys so much for being here again. All right, yeah, and just an update on the Rumble X competition going on to get to 500 first. X has gone up to 466 followers, and Rumble is up to 454. So X has taken a commanding lead of 12 right now, and they're both almost. They're getting closer and closer to that 500 mark. That's gonna be great competition to see who crosses that finish line first. Yeah, another weird thing happened today too. Oh, here we go. Some X folks are rolling in. Awesome. I clicked on, I don't know if this update's going on. Hey Paige, how you doing? Welcome. I don't know if it's like updates on the YouTube side or what, but I was clicking around and then it said it had removed a comment of mine from somewhere for hate speech. I was like, what? Which one? They don't tell you which one or why, but they just like, it's happened. It's like, just keep it to yourself then. If you're not going to give me the details, I don't care anyways. I'm sure I've left quite a few comments in my day and who knows which one it was, but who cares? Yeah, that's all the big news for the day and updates on the channel. So let's roll into tonight's topic here. And thank you guys so much. If you're first time, make sure you hit the subscribe, thumbs up. Thank you so much for that. And if you're rewatching, thank you so much for the rewatch. I do appreciate you tuning in after it was live to check out what I had to say and what I have to show you tonight. Base takes all the way around. We don't jump. We do our best never to jump the shark around here. And I promise you, whether I have 5 viewers or 5 million viewers, I will always deliver that way. And if I do make a mistake, I will come back and profusely apologize for it, because I believe I have a responsibility to deliver you the truth at all costs and as best I can, and never to mislead you or to send you into a rabbit hole of grift or conspiracy grift or anything like that. We've learned the value of patience today. We've learned the value of patience, and today we'll see why patience is so important as we dive into the newest evidence that has come out about his social media usage. And I will go through and show you that, as well as we're going to look at the body cam footage from Senator Grassley. It's blurred out, so we should be all right. So I hope that even though he age restricted his video, but he blurred it out and redacted it anyways, redacted things and blurred screens, and he did a good job of really making sure that nothing horrific was on screen. Not that we needed to see it, but it gives you a better idea of what it was like. I'm pretty convinced that it was an easy climb up on that building, and I have some where we can stop the video and I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. This video body cam footage, I believe, from what I'm seeing, if we can get more of this body cam footage from the event, we're going to learn the most from the body cam footage. I really think that that's going to show us a lot of details, and it's also going to erase a lot of the grifts that are out there making assumptions about things and putting it out as a fact with big capital letters behind it. Yes. So let's dig into the truth here, and let's start by getting a summary of who this person is so far. A lot of details in here that have been out that are just kind of they've culminated on the wiki page about this guy. So we know it's a wiki page. We have to grain of salt, but I did check on this information on the wiki page and confirmed it. So right now it all appears to be legit. If any of it changes, I will be the first to let you know. Hey, Memento, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for being here. All right, let's hit it. And did you guys know that Wiki updated their site, and you can now make it dark mode, and you can make it bigger mode, and you can spread it out like this. So really cool stuff. I just thought we should start from the baseline, right? Like, who was this guy? And let's go into this. I think some stuff is answered here about why he was able to do what he did. And I like to dispel the myths that a 20-year-old is not capable of doing things in the world. It's just ridiculous. Maybe at 20, individuals, may think that, the ones, saying a 20-year-old can't do something. Maybe they weren't capable at 20 years old, but other people are capable at that age of doing whatever is possible. All right, so here's who he is. Born September 20th, 2003. We know that he attempted it. We know that he's from Butler, Pennsylvania. Right, so I won't go into too much of the things we already know. We know that he donated $15 to Act Blue, who is under investigation by OMG Media right now. That's O'Keefe, James O'Keefe Media, for doing very crooked, nasty things and abusing people. So we saw some of that last night on X. And so yeah, he donated $15 to them. He had here's his early life and education. We're gonna run through that real quick because it explains a lot, I think. Born September 20th, raised in Bethel. Neighborhood he lived in was middle class, maybe middle upper class. Both parents worked as licensed professional counselors. Recollections about crooks includes information about the case personal life very, very considerably. That's for some of the kids saying this, saying that. Some of that gets debunked here. He attended Bethel Park High School, where he excelled in academics. So he was, took his school seriously, and was doing very well. Made pretty decent grades, I guess. He joined the National Technical Honor Society in 2021. All right. While a junior in high school. In 22, he graduated with honors. That means, you had to have above a certain GPA, and won a $500 star award from the National Math and Science Initiatives. This is going to speak to his technical abilities and how he was able to do some of the things he did and some of his interests. I'm going to show you a video in a minute of him I believe in this National Technical Honor Society, or in a technical class of some kind at his school. And that, technology he was working with is advanced technology that even people that are making large salaries in information technology today do not understand how to use. All right. Basically, I'll explain it more as we get there. But basically, he was on track technically to be security a a security specialist, if you will. All right. So classmates and school officials characterized him as quiet. Classmates saying he was often bullied for various reasons. That's the one video we saw of the kids who then later lit a firecracker in the car and almost, I guess, lit it on fire, including a quiet demeanor, body odor, and wearing camouflage hunting outfits and surgical masks to school. He probably got the most flack for the surgical mask. According to, but kids, how kids are, they are always reaming, they're always dogging each other out. And, it's funny. A little bit of it is helpful in the sense that, maybe you do need to remember to take showers more often, and someone will give you a hard time about that. And you're like, you know what? Yeah. If I'm getting flack for stinking, I need to wash up more, and you'll go do that and you'll learn a little bit of something from that razzing. But, no reason to ever lose your mind over it. According to the school district, detailed records of disciplinary incidents, including bullying and threats to do not contain any with Crooks playing a part, as in he was not part of bullying, though he may have experienced it. I think that's what it means. The school district concludes the assailant was known as a quiet, bright young man who generally got along with his teachers and classmates. This is the part that's going to it's going to really kind of gnaw at you, is that he's not completely falling into the mass shooter profile, as you'll see here in a second. Crooks enjoyed playing chess and video games and was learning how to program computers. All right, he was very much into this line, and he's probably going to do something with this as a career. He attended a computer technology program at the Steele Center for a Career in Technical Education. All right, so there's even more training in information technology. Some students and graduates from Bethel Park High School alleged Crooks tried out for the school's rifle team, but he failed his tryout because of poor aim. The Bethel Park School District said there's no record of Crooks ever trying out for the team. So there's something that they have pretty much said, pushed back on. No matter what kids have said in interviews, he never actually tried out for this team. So that incident never, according to them, happened. And I would be willing to take their word over the kids in the videos on this. Because why would they hide it, right? Cooks earned an associate's degree in engineering science from the Community College of Allegheny County. Graduated 2 months before the shooting. So that's something that a lot of people haven't talked about, his technical background. Oh, he had encrypted phones. How come he wasn't on social media? This is definitely a setup. This is some kind of all these people that are running off and jumping off the cliff, right? About, oh, this is not possible. What did I say up front? I said up front, he's Gen Z. They're more technically savvy than any other generation, right? And they understand how social media works. They understand how to hide their identity online. So he was very much into his into security, into technical security, right? Why am I having a hard time remembering the name I want to use for that? It'll come to me in a second. He was employed as a dietary aide in a local nursing home at the time of the shooting. According to the nursing home, he had passed a background check. Well, he had no record or no reason why he wouldn't pass a background check, and performed his job without concern. He had been accepted into both University of Pittsburgh and Robert Morris University, and planned to attend Robert Morris University. So he had plans to go to a 4-year college. Hey, Benevolent, how you doing? Yeah, wash it, man. Wash it, kids. No, that's what teenagers do. Some teenagers need to be reminded about that, because their bodies change, and then they need to do more hygiene practices than they used to as a kid. And of course, as a kid, we always knew, bath time. As you get older, you want them to kind of take that responsibility on themselves. So you just have to gently remind them when it's time to get in there and scrub and why it's important to do it. And it eventually sinks in, especially when they want to date. Um, we did this part. He had no known criminal record and no known mental health problems. Means that he wasn't seeing any kind of psychiatrist. He wasn't outwardly showing any signs of mental health issues, and he probably most likely, as far as we could tell, wasn't on any type of prescription medicine, especially those types that tend to be associated with people who lose it and go do bad things like this. Crooks had a membership at the local shooting club for at least a year, and we're going to talk about that shooting club as well as we kind of debunk some of the grifts that are out there, some of the assumptions, some of the things people have been saying and posting in giant letters and sensational headlines to get you to click into their videos about this. It's absolutely ridiculous language that's being used around this. Okay, so we know the rest of this. This is really what I wanted to put out there. I don't think there's much more here. Here's the part. Political views unknown, not determined yet, right? We're not determined the motive. We're going to start to really piece together the motive now as at this part of the investigation. We're going to start to piece together that motive because it's kind of show in his social media post why he decided that his life wasn't worth living anymore and why he needed to do this, or whether he thought he was so smart he could get away with it. I don't know. I think at that visible a place, even the most cocky person could have realized they weren't going to get away with it. So he probably just didn't care for some reason or another. I don't know. So maybe he might have developed, I believe he developed some mental health issues that weren't on the surface, right? And we'll talk about what those mental health issues could have been and where they came from as we move forward tonight. So, okay, so this is not up to date. So no posts by Crooks on social media by Crooks, but by his alias, yes. We have some coming out of Gab. That's the news of the day. And we're going to look at those posts and we're going to analyze those. And again, it's going to go back to what I was talking about. These kids are savvy. If he wanted to do something like this and he was smart enough, he could have calculated how they would have tracked him down. I mean, maybe he just knew to be anonymous online. That was my first instincts, was that he knew, right? Aren't smartphones encrypted to a certain extent? At least you can set up a password, but I don't know if that counts. I mean, to a certain extent, especially the Apple phones, but he was way more tech savvy than that. Way more tech savvy. And he was into technologies and beyond the average person, beyond the average person here, or just in general. He was into cybersecurity. That's the word I've been looking for. He was into his own cybersecurity, and he probably was on path to become. If he said, you know what, I'm just not going to worry about this stuff. Let it be what it is. I'm going to go to college and make the most out of my life. He probably would have gone into cybersecurity, knowing the technologies he was working with leading up to it, like Apple Pie, right? That's big for people in cybersecurity. They love that technology. They believe, they use it for everything. So when you meet somebody who's into the Apple Pie technology, they're on a different level. So yeah, he was a future IT guy type, but probably cybersecurity. That's my experience with people who know the technology he was learning, is that they go into that career path. That's the career path they go into. So on January 20th, 2021, at 17, he donated $15 to Act Blue, right? Dirty Blue. And he did it on the day Biden was sworn in. So he was definitely financially involved in supporting them. And he is registered as a Republican. He voted once in the midterms. Who do you vote for? We don't know yet. But it seems to me that he may have registered as a Republican at some other point. Who knows? We don't know this. It's not listed out here. We don't know that yet. Anybody who wants to go pull his voting record up and and dig into that, feel free to do so. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think that to know that, I think it'll come out eventually, but we're gonna see from his own actions, his own search history, his own social media, exactly where he stood on a lot of things. So let me give me 1 second. I'm looking out at you. Winning reality. Afix was telling me that this guy's Samsung phone was not specifically encrypted. That's the default state. Okay, that's the default state, but he added apps to it to encrypt it. So tell Afix to show up and talk or just shut. I've been trying to get in touch with the Afix for like a minute, and he's like, "Where am I? What am I doing? Where am I at? What am I doing?" That's the Afix. All right. So yeah, I've been trying to get in touch with him for weeks. He's like, "What? What am I doing? Where am I at?" Let me see. I got a special playlist now. All right, so we want to get into the social media first and foremost. We're going to go into the FBI accusations that he was trading with the FBI. That's BS too. But well, it's just basically drawing assumptions is what it is. It's ridiculous. Never mind. I don't want to get ahead of myself. You guys know where I'm going to go with it already. But I'm going to show you this version of this story about social media so I can kind of debunk Jeremy at the same time a little bit, and debunk him, just kind of ungrift him a little bit on this, because for some reason the quartering thinks that he's a investigator now. So I don't know. I don't care. I wish him the best. I hope he does well. I think he's better doing entertainment. So he leaves a lot of holes and a lot of reasons for me to point out. And this isn't too bad, but I mean, there's just some things that he says in here. I'm like, you got stuffies and you got games and you got toys behind you. I think you need to I think you need to gotta stick to that stuff because he does a great job like calling out the woke stuff, and does a great job calling out entertainment stuff. That's what I like him for. Him trying to dive into the world of politics and conspiracy investigations, if you will, event investigations. I don't think it's going too well for him. But anyways, we're going to use this footage to talk about the social media because he does a good job at least showing this and getting it out there quickly. All right, and believe me, guys, really listen to the wolf. Listen to him. All right, no matter where you're at, what platform you're on, listen to the wolf. All right, let's do it.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering. I hope you're having an absolutely wonderful day.
Analyzing it.
Now we are starting to find some more information on the
Hold on.
individual
speed him
that
up, too.
waltzed his way up to a
little bit.
roof and
Let that
somehow
roll for you.
defeated
There you go.
the world's most intelligent, well-organized defense, and it was able to.
Okay, and one thing I want to point out about this as you watch it, and the reason why I'm showing you guys this, yeah, Jeremy is great at promoting Rumble. I'm not trying to dog him. It's peer reviews, but one thing I want to say is, remember I told you how everything that we watch about this is going to try to steer you into two different directions. One is the inside job or multiple shooter direction, right? The conspiratorial direction. The other is going to point you in the incompetence and the of the security of the event site choosing. It's going to either going to be conspiratorial or incompetence in this instance right here, and you're going to see him kind of go both ways in this video. And I just want to point out to you that as in speculation creates conspiracy growth. However, when we take our time, like Robert Gruvea is doing, who I think is doing some of the best work on this case, as far as just slowly walking it in, not jumping to conclusions, waiting for evidence to appear, analyzing it as it does. I think he's done a great job as compared to a lot of the big names in the media right now who are jumping to conclusions about things. But maybe that's what they do. Maybe that's what they're supposed to do. Like I said, I'm not great at this. They have huge channels. They're raking it in. They're YouTube millionaires, right? And are at least making great money on YouTube, right? They're making great money. So they know something. They know how to do this, work the scene, if you will. I'm not going to lower myself to grifting people by psychologically triggering them. Hopefully I don't do that. And I want to be as clear as possible that I'm just trying to be the example of where we need to go with media in the future. So that's my position. If you're new here and you're just you know, getting to know me, that you can always count on this from me, right? I'm not gonna turn around one day and turn into some kind of big grifter. You know, I don't care how many subscribers I have, right? I don't care. Or how many people show up to my lives. It doesn't matter. Gotta be me. And this is what it is. And this is what I think is gonna be the best for the future, is to get away from sensationalism, right? So let's go ahead. Let's continue.
Almost erased President Trump from this planet. That's right. Now, not thanks to the FBI, from what I can tell, not thanks to the Secret Service, but due to literally the digging of the creator or the owner of various social media sites, or a particular social media site. We have found their social media, it appears.
Remember when everybody was complaining, how could he not have any social media? He's 20 years old. What kid doesn't have social media? I said, doesn't mean he doesn't have social media. It's just not in his name. So what are we going to find out here?
Posts are quite interesting. Make sure, by the way, I'm going to stay on this story until we get an answer.
Okay.
If you appreciate that, make sure you leave a like on this video wherever you're watching it. And if you're wherever you are,
I left the comment that you need to go back to entertainment.
please create an account and follow me or subscribe. If you're on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Rumble, follow. If you haven't yet, download the Rumble app today after watching this video. Follow the quartering, because I can be a lot more free there when we
It's like stay in your lane, you know. That's what it is.
Live streams, because there's a lot to say about this. Also, thank
Here we
you
go.
for coffee.
So this is where it's coming out of. Right here. Question from the nerd. Question winning. I've noticed that many independent YouTube journalists will release some news, and within the next few days, the next few days of legacy media seem to pick up and almost word for word copies them. I don't. Well, that's a very general statement. So I don't know. Is that a question? That's not a question. That's a statement. Oh, have I noticed? Well, I guess it depends on what exactly particular you're talking about. In some instances, yeah. I mean, in some instances, that's me, right? I'm independent YouTube media analyst. I'm not gonna call myself a journalist. I'm a media analyst, and a lot of times I'm ahead of things too, right? So it just depends. It depends on how they come out, but they're gonna try to pivot. The establishment's gonna try to pivot to the establishment agenda, which they're doing right now. We'll talk about that later on too. But let's go ahead and continue with the topic at hand here. Did I miss anything from earlier? Let's see. Any questions anybody put out there? You tell Afix to come talk to me, man. I've been trying to get in touch with him forever. Afix is a smart dude. Okay. Here we go.
Coffee brand coffee, real quick.
Okay, no coffee.
Company. We're not on Blackberry.
Buy the coffee. I want to buy Body Armor Edge, but because they stopped making it, I wanted to buy all the rights to the flavors and the production of it and call it Winning Edge, like just put out my own energy drink. And good news, guys, I found a couple like lost cases of a Body Armor Edge grape that are out there. So unfortunately, the price has gone up a little bit on them, and I'm in a place right now where I can't afford to splurge. But I did get a case of it. And so if it shows up and it tastes right, I might get another one just to kind of keep them in stock. So I've made sure that I'm the last person on the planet to have a Body Armor Edge. If you guys don't know, I was a big Body Armor Edge fan, and they stopped making it. So anyways, back to the content. Here we go.
Thomas Matthew Crooks made 9 posts on Gab supporting President Biden, the lockdowns, and Biden's border policies, according to Gab founder Andrew Torba. Now, Gab is.
So yeah, look at that right there. Gee, it just took a little bit of time. Another comment I left Jeremy was patience is the real virtue. You know, it is. Like you just don't need, there's no need to run out in front and try to guess at shit. Especially in this day and age when you have millions of subscribers, you're going to influence people and you're going to push them in the wrong direction. You're personally responsible for that. I don't know if people like Jeremy or Tim Pool or anybody else takes responsibility for how they affect other people, but they should. If they don't have that attitude, I question why. Rumble's development has been pretty slow. I find it doesn't play as smoothly with the screen off like Y. Yeah, it's still work. They're still working on stuff. They still got to keep working on it. Rollouts and upgrades and things like that. I mean, as you're a new company, you're still trying to develop those processes. You're going through people. There's a lot of reasons why people can't get what they want right when they want it. It does take time, and there is something called change management. So I'm hoping Rumble continues to improve. It doesn't really look as good as YouTube. Well, it's getting there, right? It's getting there. I will still put out videos on Rumble, even though Rumble is has these growing pains to go through. I believe in Rumble. I want Rumble to do well. And for everybody out there on Rumble watching right now, if you love Rumble, if you believe in it, you want it to go somewhere, hit thumbs up. Please follow the channel. And let's work together to make sure that YouTube has healthy competition. It needs competition, or else they're never going to change, right? They'll only be getting worse.
Is a particularly free speech platform for the most part, just like any platform that says.
I mean, when you see his what is basically the result of his posts are, supports Biden, supports the lockdowns, supports the open border policies, kind of gives you an idea of where he stands. And when you see these comments here, you'll understand.
Says it's free speech. I wish they would call it freer speech, because
That's right.
X
Wolf.
still has rules.
That's right.
Rumble still has rules, and so does Gab. Okay, their rules all vary differently, but for the most part, I've always appreciated Gab's mission and support their platform existing and succeeding and being huge. Quote. Let's look at some of these actually posts, right? One of the posts says, "I'm sorry, explain to me how Trump was ever concerned with what the left wanted, or anybody in the GOP for that matter." Let's look at these actually. Okay. Here's his account. Okay. Didn't you also think that Biden would lose in a landslide? Yeah, I would not.
Okay, so I don't understand why he went through the trouble of redacting his username. But he's replying to Cat Turd.
Be very confident in your election prediction.
Didn't you also think Biden would lose in a landslide? Yeah, I would not be very confident in your election predictions. 2021. So that was leading up to 2022 midterms.
This is somebody who has replied to a prominent right-wing commentator and fellow Rumble creator. By the way, I'm live on Rumble every day at 1 Eastern. Download that app, follow the quartering, tune in there for unfiltered
and follow
news
Winning Reality too. If you download
There's another
that.
post. First of all, Biden executive orders didn't incentivize trafficking as they aren't interested in citizenships. Likewise,
you see the false logic. This is called bias. Just trying to confirm your own bias right here, right? Didn't incentivize human trafficking, as human traffickers aren't interested in citizenship. That's a complete fallacy. So he didn't have a good, strong foundation in true logic. Probably computer-based logic. He was pretty damn good, but as far as real logic goes, yeah. And this is why we need to teach the trivium to younger, in early education. We need to teach the trivium so kids don't grow up creating fallacies. Had he known that, maybe he would have been like, hold on, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
The majority of immigrants are not criminals. The fact that they cross the border makes them a criminal automatically. But anyway, and they show lower crime rates of crimes, blah, 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 blah. Obviously.
No, I don't want to blah, 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 blah this. No. That's your problem, Jeremy. You blah, 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 blah stuff. It's like you need to read every word and take it in, right? Well, I mean, maybe it's a problem for him. I don't know. But likewise, the majority of illegal immigrants are not criminals. And in fact, some studies, such as the one linked below, I don't know what he linked because he blah, blah, blah'd it, show lower rates of crime committed by these individuals. So he's totally like sucking in the propaganda. He feels like he's fighting against, he's fighting for these people, perhaps, right? It is unclear. It is also unclear of the extensive path to citizenship is in fact effective at routing out potential bad actors, hence why they review the system. He doesn't seem to see that there's a problem with people entering the country illegally. Like that doesn't occur to him for some reason. And he's, I'm guessing this linked study below is probably left-leaning or from a left, like, pro-Biden propaganda outlet. Because these are all leftist talking points. All of these are leftist talking points. No, they don't commit crimes. It's hard, the path to citizenship is working. It's routing out bad actors. And that we need a review system. It's not that these people are doing something wrong. It's that, everything's fine. right? He's hardcore simping for the Biden policy right here. So we know where he stands on that. And what's Trump's biggest what's the biggest talking point for Trump? It's the southern border invasion. He does that blah 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 thing and glosses everything often too quickly. That's why he needs to do entertainment. I mean, doing this type of work requires tenacity. It requires being tedious and questioning to the void, and that's something that people who want to get clicks and views and get their video out faster than their friend or their competition might not exhibit. Right? They might be more about, well, I got to do 5 videos today. What 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos in a day. Hold on, wait, there we go. That, which is killer work, man. I mean, I wish I was putting out 5 videos a day like this, but he's got it all. He's got a system set up. He's got assistants. He's got it going on, and he has a live show every day too. So the guy's working hard. He's busy. I wish him all the best. I'm not dogging Jeremy, but I'm just trying to using this video as to point out not only these social media posts, but also to where, you know, people kind of like jump the shark, because he was one of the guys screaming about how could a 20-year-old not have this day and age not have a social media footprint? There must be some kind of cover up or something. I was like, just be patient, let it come out. It takes a minute, especially if he was using aliases. Especially if he was using aliases. That's exactly where I got it from. And that's what I said on the day one, right? When everybody's crying about it. One must listen to what someone says and writes off and writes if one wants to understand and counter what is being said or written. Okay. Yeah, definitely. You have to. Because just like that, you know, he glows past the obvious fallacy. It might not be important to him. And this isn't about Jeremy. It's about the shooter. So, but it's also about information and how we convey information to each other, especially those of us in a position of responsibility in terms of information, people who go on stream and influence others with their takes, right? So whether you believe it or not, whether you like it or not, there's some influence going on. And if you want a better world, you need to take responsibility for how you influence people, right? Because this poor kid, and I say poor kid because he was born an innocent, loving baby like the rest of us, right? And he was corrupted along the way. And how was he corrupted? Doesn't seem like he was corrupted by much other than propaganda. Like that was the initial thought on this guy, right? Is that he was spun up by the propaganda that was out there, the establishment propaganda, and that's what incentivized him. Now, what made him take the final steps? Maybe he thought he was the only man for the job. He had grandiose sense of self, maybe. I don't know. But for some reason, he thought this was his calling. And we'll find out more about that later. And I don't even mean tonight, but I mean, it'll come out eventually, guys. The people that are going to be able to talk to us the most are the people that are and tell us the most, if they care to, are the people that were closest to him. His family is going to be key. When they get interviewed, when they talk, when they decide that they're ready to say something, they're going to have the most information. We're going to learn a lot about him, how he felt at home, what he talked about when he was angry, upset, you know, what his interests were outside of computers and rifles, and probably not much. I mean, kids don't have a whole, they usually don't have 15 to 20 different things. They're hard, they're usually 2 or 3, especially for guys, right? They get really focused on what they're doing. And so, 2 to 3, 4 big things that they're really into. And so we'll find out more about his psychology, his psychiatry, or his psychological makeup and who he was as a person as time goes on. But we do know that obviously he was affected and influenced by establishment propaganda, because he's reciting the talking points and he's using the very bad logic to back them up.
He's pro-immigration. Okay. Then we see this. So far, one turnout for the 2020 election was 67%, while in 2012 it was 55%. He's talking basically just loose.
Okay, he's skipping over it, right? So we know the kid was into math. We know that he was, he took a lot of pride in his ability to do math, and so him using these percentages is important, right, for when he's making the point. So let's see what he really had to say without glazing over it. Okay, so for one, the turnout in 2020 election was 66.7%. I don't know how you can believe any stats from that, but he was already drinking the Kool-Aid at this point. While in 2012 it was 55%. In 2016 it was roughly the amount of in 2012. Yeah, that's because we didn't have a bunch of shenanigans going on. But he wouldn't have believed there was shenanigans because Biden said there wasn't. And in 2016, therefore, there's going to be a lot more votes for both candidates. What? And roughly that amount in 2012. And in 2016, okay, a lot more votes for both candidates. So comparing just the numbers of voters isn't accurate in measuring the candidate's popularity. Instead, look at the percentage of overall votes. You will find Trump won 46% of the votes in 2016, losing the popular vote, probably losing the popular vote because they were trying to, do their little gimmicks that they do at the end there where they try to keep counting votes, right? I don't believe that he lost the popular vote. And just because I live in the land of Stacey Abrams here, losing the popular vote, and this year he still won 46% of this is 2021. He still won 46% of the votes, and yes, more people voted for him, but that's a result of a larger turnout, not a genuine increase in popularity. Well, more people could have voted for him, but then more other people that their votes were counted after election day. That just seem to come out of nowhere. Dead people, people that aren't citizens, people that, double votes, all kinds of things that got counted and never got accounted for. Yeah, that could be it. That could be exactly why Trump's numbers stayed where they were, and suddenly Biden took the other side of that, right? So, not a lot of research going on, not a lot of open-mindedness here. I'm seeing.
About politics. You also see this. Actually, the executive order allows an easier path to U.S. citizenship, therefore, no longer making them illegal and allowing children to join their already legalized immigrant parents.
That's a ridiculous statement too. So he really wasn't, his political IQ was really kind of low, right? And it was crafted by the establishment narrative. We know this by looking at what he's saying, the words he's using, right? This is establishment talking points, and then allowing children to join their already legalized immigrant parents. What is that? What? What? The parents came here and are legalized immigrants, but their children were left behind, and so they decided to send their children by themselves across the border with coyotes in order to get here to their legalized immigrant parents. You see, he didn't have a very good political IQ. He may have been great at computers. He may have been great at other things, but he was being spoon-fed his political. He was confined to the establishment narrative, as we would say here, right? He's being spoon-fed these talking points, and he was adopting them without researching them or understanding them. That's what I'm reading from his words right here. That's what I'm seeing. Basing his arguments on the average of percentages of red herring. Right. Well, he's trying to be right, not know the truth. And this is a prime example of what that looks like. He was certainly programmed by someone. Well, someone is the establishment narrative. It's right there. I mean, you don't have to have someone tying you to a chair and shoving this information down your throat to believe it these days. This is all in his narrowly crafted search algorithm, right? His narrowly crafted, spoon-fed establishment narrative. That's all he was getting. Mostly from his search history, what kind of other influences that he had, but he was locked in, that he figured he got it. And thinking about it, at 20, not a lot of kids are that sophisticated at 20. They are locked into that establishment narrative. They don't have, unless they have parents like me and Shelly and others, they don't get out of that bubble, right? They're locked in that bubble until they figure out whether they're get out or not, right? Whether they have the mentality and the experience and the right timing to get out of that or not. They may be locked in forever. I have friends that are smart people that are locked into this narrative, and they can't get out of it. They can't, and I can't free them from this narrative. They won't listen to what I have to say because I've been told and they've been programmed over decades that anything outside the narrative is complete bullshit and conspiracy and not worth listening to, even if it's the truth, right? Let's see. Rumble thinking leaves. Okay, Rumble talk. They also don't have the life experience to filter the nonsense. Exactly, Memento. Great point. Great point. People are bombarded with it constantly. Yep. And that's where you're gonna see me going in this direction all night long, right? We're to all the way to the rooftop, right? When I show you some things that I see there, including guys, and for everybody who is a gun enthusiast who understands weapons well, I do have a picture of the weapon. In case, I mean, you might have seen it already, but I'm just going to show it to you, and then I have a comparison of what a real military style assault weapon looks like compared to the one that he had. So, and I think what I want to ask you is when we get to it as well is this, what do you know about this particular style, and was it like concealable? That's what I'm really going to ask the experts in the crowd tonight. All right, so stay tuned for that. That's coming up. But let's get back.
Here's someone also responding to Katie Hopkins saying,
let's see, Katie Hopkins. So the reason all the deaths are down is because you are stuck in your house. That's not bad. That makes sense. I mean, crime being down, but at the same time, they were saying that the COOF was killing people on a daily basis, which wasn't true. It was, obviously, I don't know. It didn't seem like it to me, because here we are and people get it all the time and they're just fine. And also they were equating it to anything. So if their little testy tests said yes, then they would say, well, that's the reason then, even if you're in a motorcycle accident.
The reasons that the passings are down is because you're stuck in your house. So he's pro lockdown. Here and by the way, he's also, here's how you know he's left wing, right? He's reply guying all right wing accounts, right?
And that's a good point. Jeremy makes, right? He says that, he's replying, he's debating people that were on the other side. So that's a good point. Good point, Jeremy.
Prison Planet is gosh, why can't
Paul Joseph Watson?
I think of his name right now. Anyway, Prison Planet, right wing account, Cat Herd, right wing account. A lot of these people are all right wing. Here he's again pro lockdown. That's funny because the first order mandates as a reuniting of any families separated at the border. The second and third.
What is he reading? Is he reading off the page?
Orders a review of Trump's immigration policies and other previous policies. However, his order doesn't actually open up orders. So again, he's open borders. Explain to me how Trump was never concerned with what the left wanted, or anybody in the GOP for that matter. Here's Prison Planet.
He read off the page. He didn't show what was there. Now I'm disappointed. Can anybody quickly find me that? I thought that he read all the way down. Can anybody quickly find me the Gab comments? If they can find a better source. I'm gonna hop off of this in a second here.
Again, why can't I think of his name? Your name is escaping me, dude. And we've talked on the
Paul Joseph Watson.
phone and Paul Joseph Watson. Sorry.
There you go.
Here he is. He accidentally didn't bleep this out. It looks like it was Epic Microwave. Oops, didn't black it.
Okay, Epic Microwave. That was his name. See, he didn't blank it out. But he doesn't have it on the screen either. So you're going too fast.
Blur that one out.
There you go. There it is. All right, cool. Epic Microwave. That was his handle. So see, he was using a different handle. Okay, hold on. Go back.
Was Epic Microwave. Oops, didn't blur that one out.
Okay, here we go. All right, thanks. I think I found something here. Okay. All right, cool. That's one. Let's see what's it. This. All right, I may have a better. Okay, here we go. Is there anything else from Jeremy that I wanted? Let's see. All right, I'm gonna read this right here because I don't think it's in the what I have on the side here. But okay, first of all, Biden executive orders don't incentivize. Okay, we already read that. Okay, there it is. Okay, cool. All right, what else do we have here? Yeah, I wanted to show you how he goes back to incompetence.
That's funny.
Hey, Bobby, what's up?
First order mandates a reuniting of families. So
how you doing, man?
Reply guying right-wing accounts. Interesting stuff.
There you go.
Here is, confirmation based on an emergency disclosure request. from law enforcement agency. Okay, so this is so they're looking. So here is the statement from Andrew Torba, who owns Gab, right? Approximately
They quoted the microwave account. Okay. People died from every day, but mostly older people with no comorbidity. It is roughly the same demo that died from the flu every year. Yeah, how about that? Shown by the lack of excess death in the stats. Okay. Yeah. We may never know. But yeah, it's roughly the same amount of people. And it's funny how like all of a sudden there was no flu that year too.
30 minutes ago, Gab learned that Thomas Crooks, the deranged Joe Biden supporter who attempted to take out Donald Trump, may have an account on our platform. We are unable to confirm that this account in question actually belonged to him. The account was last active on the site in 2021. As far as we are aware, the account did not use the site to send any direct messages. He posted on the site 9 times in total, while the account made very few posts on the site. The majority of them were in support of President Biden. A number of posts in particular expressed support for President Biden's lockdowns, border policies, and executive orders. We have saved the account data pending receipt of a search warrant. So the FBI looks like they have identified this account, Epic Mike.
And again, I'm going by what's being released from Gab, and so if this turns around, we'll walk it back. But it seems to be lining up, so we'll see.
Microwave as him. I wonder if there's a Reddit account under a similar name. He writes,
right.
We are disclosing this information at significant personal and business risk. If past is any guide, defying the DC consensus by publishing the first definitive evidence that the lunatic was a Biden supporter, something Democrats and the media allies have tried to cover up and denied every turn, has a high probability of resulting in significant political and media backlash. In the past, we have been the target of politically motivated inquiries from both the House.
Okay, so this is more like, so basically, this is the guy who runs Gab. I think I've seen him before on different programs. I'm trying to think of what it was. Was he on Timcast or something else? Anyways, I've seen him around. So he's putting this out there and putting his neck on the line, saying that we believe this is the guy. And we're just putting this out here ahead of time. So to, I guess, counter the narrative, because, you know, they're into free speech, and then they know the Democrats aren't. They don't want to they believe people have a right to know what's going on, right? So that's what they're doing here.
Oversight of protect policy. Any some more context. The reason we know.
Okay, so I'm going to show you some more of this. Okay.
No, it's because we received an emergency disclosure request from
Epic
a law
Microwave
enforcement agency. So they knew. So now they've started to figure out, now they've started to figure out, oh, here's a social media. Here's a social media account. Here's what he says. Also disclosed.
Hold on. Is anybody on Gab here? Does anybody use Gab? If you use Gab, you can. Will you check out the Epic Microwave? I don't use it. I mean, can we try it? Let's see. I'm looking it up. 9 Gabs. That's accurate. Comments. Oh, I can't have to log into it. I don't have a login. All right. So let me go back. He didn't post anything, which is what you see on the front page. I think that's what that guy was talking about in the comments. I just wanted to double check that. Follows 21. Who's he follow? Oh, we got to log in. Damn it. All right. Whoever has a Gab account, check out Epic Microwave, see who he follows, and see if those posts line up with what we're seeing here. I believe they will. So someone said they went there and line up because they weren't posts, they were replies. There you go. They were replies.
From a law enforcement agency. So they knew. So now they've started.
See, that's the guy. These are made up screenshots. I checked from my side. I couldn't find any. I don't think that's right. Gaslight Slayer. I don't think that's right. You probably just didn't look at the replies. You probably just went like I did and tried to go directly to the page. And if you don't hit replies, then you won't see that you have to log in to look at them.
To figure out, now they've started to figure out, oh, here's a social media. Here's a social media account. Here's what he says. Also disclosed their search history. Now, obviously, we know that they looked up for some little good time videos. They spent a little time looking for that. We know that. But also, it looks like they researched the JFK incident, also flew a drone in the rally area and had things that go boom in the car. Now, we know due to the
Yeah, you got to verify then trust.
testimony
Bobby.
yesterday,
Oh,
FBI
yeah.
Director Christopher Wray confirmed Wednesday that he searched the distance between John F. Kennedy and the person when it happened. So he's figuring out how long the shot was. He also said that he was at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania this month, flew a drone over the area 2 hours before the campaign speech, and had two relatively crude things that go boom in his car. I want to know where he got that stuff. I want to know what relatively crude
You'll find out eventually.
means. I want to know, was it like fancy stuff or was it?
Oh, wait. I got people telling me to look in Discord. So. Okay, yeah, even mainstream news sources are saying that this is legit, so that's good. Epic Microwave. Thank you for that, Wolfram. And thank you, Shelly, for the better view of the comments here. As soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to go back to that. So,
like, hey, he just put a bunch of things together and hoped it would go off. I want to know how he knew how to do remote detonation.
you know, but
any search.
Jeremy needs to know these things, man. He's very, very excited about it.
History about that. There's a lot of questions that they're,
motive and state of mind and what drove him to this. That's my area of interest with this, the mind control aspect of things, right? So, because by understanding that, we can understand how to, we can build a case for heading this thing off in the future, man. He's not the only kid who freaked out within the last week or so that's his age and committed a murder. It's not the only one. Let's get to this video. I'll tell you about the next one.
I'm asking. He also revealed to the judiciary community for the first time on July 6th that he did a Google search for how far Lee Harvey Oswald was from Kennedy in 1963. That same day, he registered for the July 13th rally. I mean, was he trying to set a record on the distance? I don't know. It's certainly odd to me. It's certainly odd to me that we've gotten such a slow trickle of information. That's why I'm staying so aggressive.
Is it really that odd, dude? Is it really that odd? It's people's haste. What? I have expectations and you're not meeting them. Therefore, what the hell? Right? Every day people are talking about it. We're getting more information every day. Well, why isn't everything just thrown at my feet? Because they don't want it to be slop like this video.
On this. That's why I hope that you're following or subscribing and sharing these videos because people have already moved on. That search
is that what he's worried about? People are going to move on from it. We know the establishment's going to try to snow this narrative. We're not going to let it go away.
She's significant for a state of mind. He's talking about Crooks first visited the grounds a week before the event for about 20 minutes. He visited the grounds again the morning of the rally for 70 minutes, then went back for good in the afternoon. Another revelation is that he had a collapsible stock, blah, blah, blah. This is why no one could see him carrying it. I don't know. We haven't yet found anybody with firsthand observation of him with the weapon walking around beforehand. Who knows? We do not believe he used a ladder to get up there. Well, what did he buy the ladder for? All this stuff.
Yeah, we're going to go over that. Yeah, never forget J13. That's right, bud. Yeah, we're going to go over that. Dude, I'm going to show you the point where I believe he climbed up. It was an easy climb. You didn't need a ladder. It was an easy climb. And actually, we're going to see an up close of the ladder that was by the awning, the one that they said was the real ladder. Again, wasn't the same ladder he bought. So I don't believe there was no use of ladder or no carrying of ladder. So you see why it's important to wait for these things, because ladder story came out and people jumped on the ladder story, and you got redneck Jimmy walking around with a 20-foot ladder trying to be funny with a gun in his hand. Right? Look at me. You notice anything different? You notice anything? And then the other guy in his garage holding up a ladder by his arm, and they're convinced that how could they not see this ladder? Somebody must have helped them. Someone must have let, and we're not waiting to get the full story, right? There's cameras going to be there. We're going to get stories. We're going to get the information we need if we just patiently, if we stay on it, we don't forget about it. We don't let it go away, but we just, don't jump to conclusions. Did he use the ladder or not? We know he bought one. There you go. That's about as far as you can take it until you know for sure. Is this the ladder? You can look at the pictures. The Secret Service and Homeland Security was using to get on the roof after the fact. You're going to see how many people are up there. If you haven't seen this footage yet, you're going to get to see it and make your own determinations. But you're going to see that we could have looked at that and said, well, that's not it, right? And that's exactly what we ended up doing, right? Murph was really good about that, putting that out. So we got a bunch of people here that are very smart and that can piece information together and are staying based about it. So we're coming up with the right answers. Let's see. How can he be surprised at the slowness? We still don't know much about that. What are you talking about? I carried an M4 carbine my last 2 years on the Army. That collapsible stock doesn't make it concealable. Okay. Are they similar? I'm going to show you what the picture of his weapon looks like. I don't know styles or anything like that. There was a movie about a cop, and a corrupt cop said the corrupt cops don't trust a cop who didn't take the money. I remember that movie. And Cheetle juice in the movie 3 times in the Assassination. Yeah, well, they're not gonna let it go this time. And plus, if Trump gets in, you think he's gonna let it go, right? So even if they try to bury anything or hide anything, when he gets in there, he'll change. He'll turn that around.
On video yesterday, okay, we saw on video yesterday that he was right outside the window of half a dozen FBI and Secret Service agents. It looked like.
Okay, that's again. It looked like I don't know for sure. No. Jeremy, if you'd done your homework instead of putting out a video as fast as possible, you would have known that the 2 people in the room upstairs, the 2 people left because they got a report and they went to back up, or at least as being close by, they went to go find the guy on the ground, right? On the ground.
Like, now we have pictures of Trump and Biden and this and that.
7 hours ago, folks.
This is nuts. Also, he was not the only suspicious person at the rally.
What did I say day one? I said, I bet you there's more than one suspicious person there. Why didn't they get him? Why did they let Trump go on stage? All the outrage, all the sensationalism. I bet you there's plenty of suspicious people there. I bet you at every rally there are suspicious people there. Right. So what are you going to do? Just because you've profiled somebody, right? They haven't done anything. You're going to grab them and throw them out and be like, you're not welcome here. That's not going to go over too well. Right. Why? Well, because you look weird, or you got I don't like that shirt, or, you walk funny. I don't know what makes a person suspicious there. You got tattoos on your face. Maybe. I don't know. You don't look like a typical Trump supporter. That's why, they can come up with that. What makes a person suspicious? A rangefinder in a 2A crowd, some kid, he looks like a kid, right? And he's 20, but he looks really young. Could have been using it as kind of binoculars, right? I mean, we talked about that on day one. It's not a great use of binoculars, but he looks like a nerdy techie kid. Like maybe that's what it was. He's inside. We didn't find any weapons on him. He has a rangefinder. Yes, keep an eye on somebody like that for sure. And I said this before. I think that, if you really think someone's suspicious, you need to approach them and tell them you think they're suspicious. Hey, let's talk for a minute. What's up? Hey, I just want to let you know you got on the radar, guy. I'm bringing a rangefinder in here. What do you need that for? Well, I'm using it as binoculars. Oh, okay. Do you realize why that's suspicious to us? Because that's what, snipers use. And so, because you brought that in, you're now on the list. You may be just fine. Just to let you know, we're going to take your picture right now. We're going to take your driver's license. We're going to run a background check on you. All right. And then you can leave if you want to, but we're going to have to escort you off the property and see you down the road, then have a local cop follow them home or whatever. Right. You can go that far. Right. If he reacts positively to the thing, I understand you guys are just doing your job. I want to make sure the president's protected. I understand. I probably shouldn't have brought this. I can go put it back in my car if it's a problem. No. You can hang on to it. Just we have to keep an eye on you now. We have to do that now because of, this is on our list of suspicious things. Right. But what else? We said day one, there were probably more than one suspicious person there, right? Why is everybody acting surprised? Like a suspicious person, and you let them go on stage. So there's probably 5 to 10 at each rally, for every candidate. You know, I mean, I would say if they're not looking for suspicious people, they're not doing their job. They should have a list of suspicious people at every event. And that doesn't mean that those people are out to do bad things. But I mean, if you remember into the 216 and run before we really got a hold on the rally thing with Trump, there were leftists protesting at every single rally. It was like clockwork. All of a sudden, you start hearing going blah 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 blah, and the crowd would go USA USA right over top and drown them out. Security would drag them out the door. Were they suspicious? Coming in there with purple and blue hair, you know, looking all weird. You know, I mean, were they on the suspicious people list? They should have been, right? There was nothing wrong with having a list at highly secured events that people are suspicious. You know, if they put me on that list, I walk in there and they say I look suspicious. You know, my hair's too long or something like that. I'll be like, okay, I get it. You know, I don't, you know, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm here. I'm part of the team. I'm with the crew. But I, you know, as long as you're looking out for his best interest, I'm okay with the fact that you think I'm suspicious. Here's my driver's license. Feel free to run a background check. You won't find anything. I'll be in my seat, and let's have a great rally. Thank you guys for doing your job. You know. Okay, so let me go back up here just a little bit. Let's see. Election day should be a national holiday. Yes, I agree with that. The focus on the corrupt protection detail. They are allowing assassinations. You know, incompetence can make that look like it's a real thing. I don't necessarily think that that's the case, though. I would believe that they would, you know, everybody has a great point about, or a great, and, you know, I would say that, let me get my words right here. I would say that no, I couldn't blame anybody for thinking that, you know, given all the other tactics we've seen pulled out. However, I don't think that looking at this setup and the guy that's on the roof or whatnot, if they knew it was going to happen and we were standing down on it, that'll come out eventually. So we'll wait on that. I won't take that off the possibilities table at all. But I think incompetent protection details, lack of security, lack of foresight. They picked they went all the way back to the venue selection. Like this is a very poor venue to have a Trump rally at, or any kind of rally like this where you need protection. They said it's a very poor choice of venue. He never should have been there in the first place. There are better places. Maybe they wanted to come to Butler for some reason. I don't know why they chose this town. You know, what significant political importance it has. But that this was, I mean, just looking around, it's like I've been to Trump rallies, usually like air bases, or the one out in Macon I went to, there was nothing around. There was a landing strip, but it was an airport. There was, you know, we literally saw Trump landing in the Air Force One. That's when he was president. We literally saw Air Force One land, and we literally saw it take off. It was very cool. And it literally pulled right up to the stage. I mean, that's the ideal situation. And all they had was, I mean, it was enclosed, and you know, they had it going on. You had to walk down a long road to get in there. They had plenty of time to have surveillance out there, and it was a good location, right? The other time I saw him was in the Fox Theater, and that, you know, obviously there's nothing to worry about there. They're going to scan you going in the door. So yeah, I have a hard time going into the fact that they somehow planned this. I wouldn't say they didn't want it. You know, I think that they've made it very clear that they don't want him around. But I think if they were going to do it, it would be something more grandiose, and they probably wouldn't go for the shooter again. They probably would maybe do explosion or illness or something. I think that's probably a cleaner way to get out of it and cover it up these days, as we can see. Let's see. Where am I at? Every vote matters. Yes, they do. Every vote matters. Get out and vote. Let's see. Okay, that. Okay, right here. Where is where I'm at? Let's see. I want to, you know, and here's the thing. Hold on, one more thing about that. You know, again, you probably haven't heard this from me before, Bobby, but I say this often, is that when you have this much disinformation and this much mind control out there, right? And you don't, I mean, information-based mind control, right? Boxing people in the narratives, feeding them these triggering things, telling them this guy's the most evil person in the world over and over again for years and years and years. You're crafting you're creating the opportunity, and you're creating the mental deficiency in someone who's ready to snap for some reason to go out there and do something bad, and then you can just parlay off of it, right? You don't even have to like spin them up, train them, handle them, anything these days anymore. You got enough kids out there that are boxing these narratives, and they're young kids. They're all young, aren't they? All these people are young that are doing these terrible things. For the most part, they're young, and they're ready to snap. So they know statistically speaking that this effect, the residual effect of what they're doing, this traumatizing mind control, information-based mind control, is eventually going to produce the people that are going to go out there and create crises, right? So they've studied this long enough. They know it long enough that it's inevitable, and so they don't have to really Manchurian up anybody. You know, they don't have to lock people in a chair and show them gross images and feed them acid for weeks to get them to do things, right? That they know that statistically speaking, that someone eventually is going to snap from this and go off the deep end, and it's happened. And I'm like I told you in this video, I'm going to talk about the other kid who did something, right? Just to kind of show you like why that's true. I want to know how many suspicious people were on a bicycle, backpack, and a rangefinder on the outside of a perimeter. Well, the guy with the red hair and the sun visor, right? The first guy they interviewed, they were all over there too. And they were going to walk up and watch. So they didn't go in, but they were all ready to watch from the perimeter too. They didn't care about being up close. They just wanted to hear what he had to say, and they were just probably out there drinking beer or something. You know, they wanted to chill out and party, like a party crew, right? So the party crew was on the outside. Someone riding up on a bicycle with a backpack outside in a country town. I mean, okay, put him on if no backpacks and bicycles allowed inside. But if he was to pull up with his bicycle and backpack, they said it was on the west side of the building. That's gonna come up later on in the video. I mean the body cam footage we're gonna watch. That the bicycle and the backpack were on the west side. Some people have come out and said that there was no bicycle or no backpack. I've heard that, but the guys on the roof literally say it was there. So, what did they find out? It wasn't his, or was somebody else's? I don't know. But we're still kind of like that's still kind of in that need more information bucket. But we'll look into that. With suspicious packages attached to the bike, what was suspicious? I haven't heard anything about suspicious packages attached to the bike. I guess you're talking about like, you know, if he was rolling up with a gun in a bag or something like that. That's probably what you mean. But he did have a car there too. So, and why didn't they see the drone 2 hours before? I don't know. Remember we talked about that. We talked about the fact that we needed to know more about the setup. Like how long did it set up? What time did the setup crew arrive? How long would it have taken him to get from one place to another? We were asking those questions on our first couple go rounds of the analysis of this case. So, good question. Still, we still need those answers. But you know, a kid playing in a field, a guy that looks like a kid playing in a field with a drone. They probably needed to do something about that right then. What if nobody was there 2 hours before? Hard to believe wasn't anybody there 2 hours before. What if they all thought the drone they saw was part of Secret Service or part of the police department, the local police? What if they just assumed it was on their team? The drone was part of the security. They could have just assumed it was part of the security. Well, we'll wait and see. We'll put that in the wait and see bucket. All right. People are making this about Trump. It's really just about the competence of the security for the political event. Yeah, I would say that's going to probably be what we find out, is that it happened because of the incompetence, and the guy was spun up by propaganda and some kind of grandiose idea that he was the solution. And this is the only thing that could happen, and his life was worth sacrificing for this. And the pain to his parents, maybe he thought his parents would be proud of him. Maybe his parents hated Trump. We don't know. We don't know what the rhetoric was like in the House. Evidently, they were Democrats. So the lady who said they saw Trump signs in the front yard, maybe they were Trump signs in 2016 and they changed their mind in 2020. You know, that happened. So maybe that's what the case was, but we have to kind of keep investigating. All right, so I think we're going to find that's competence and that the divisive rhetoric, the inciting rhetoric of the establishment narrative, and the false accusations about Trump, the lies about Trump, the archetype crafting of Trump to Hitler and evil. These are all going to be part of the story. I believe. I hear Cardi B saying every time when he says that's suspicious. Okay, I don't know Cardi B. I've never listened to Cardi B. So, but yeah, awesome. I guess they stood down. They never expected him to miss. I don't know about anything about I never saw anything about a stand down, Bobby. We're going to go over the roof. We're going to see the body cam footage. I think in this case, when you're going down this narrative that believe that the stand down, he's going to do it. Let him do it. You know, that's very risky. It's very risky for them. And we're going to find out that's a very large conspiracy. A lot of people would have to be wrapped up in that conspiracy, not just one person, but many people. And we can see we'll kind of see some of their faces here if you think those people are involved, but I don't believe that they were told to stand down at all. I think it's just a lack of procedure and communication. We're finding out there's a gap in communication. We covered the state police hearing for the Homeland Security Committee. And in that, they talked about a lack of communication, a communication breakdown. Something that we also talked about on day one. That I pointed directly saying if they didn't get to this guy after seeing this, there was a communication breakdown between the police and the Secret Service, right? If they didn't receive photos of the guy or they received them in a batch full of like multiple people, that could be considered a communication breakdown as well. What to focus on. Again, I think the solution is you have to confront people directly when they're suspicious, and I wouldn't count on a guy they never met, not expecting him to miss, right? So they've never met this guy. We'll get into that a little bit. So there's some things rolling around about that he trained with the FBI and Homeland Security. It's bullshit, but we'll dig into that and why people are making that false connection. And why it's incorrect to make that assumption at this point. Let me put it that way. I would say that we cannot know what we don't know. That's true, but that sounds like come on, saying forest for the trees. Well, the forest for the trees could be the fact that we had a lot of incompetence going on with the Secret Service. The most incompetent person leader is now gone. And we have to reform these policies. The venue selection again was horrible. Multiple people. In fact, who was the guy that came out and said that? He was a local congressman, local senator, somebody that is from PA. When he heard Trump was going to be at this particular place, he raised a concern about it right away, and nothing was done. Again, communication breakdown, lack of initiative. We had somebody pre-warning that this is a bad location, that it was too much turf to cover, too many ways for things to go wrong. And then, of course, they had what we believe right now to be a scaled down detail that was with them, and some inexperienced, maybe particularly inexperienced agents in this type of thing. So that more of that will come out. That'll go in the incompetency bucket, right? So we have to wait to confirm these things, but we take a patient approach. We don't jump the shark here, and that's why we're hitting the nail on the head every time so far. So let's keep that pace. What's this say? Let's see. It's definitely about the competence. That's why Republican Dems joined in a 416-0 vote to invest for an investigative task force. They are scared about their safety. So yeah, it's not just on the Republican side, the Democrat side too. And this guy, I don't know if he was looking at pictures of Democrats or not, just as a swerve or because he liked them. But anyways, let's see. Okay, we're getting back to this in a second. I just want to catch up with chat. You guys are doing awesome in chat tonight. Thank you so much. They did deny access security. They tried to snow it. I definitely say they tried to snow it. Well, we did give them everything they ever wanted. Did give them this? Well, you know, if that was asked for, then sometimes we offer other things. Yeah, we covered the whole hearing. We watched it all 4 hours each day of both of those hearings. So yeah, we saw now that snowing going on in there, and of course they're gonna snow. Let's see. Let's go down the list here. They took pictures of the bicycle because they found it suspicious. You know, I was just thinking about if everybody back there is tailgating back there, why would someone be allowed to? I mean, unless bikes are banned, but if it's suspicious, that's fine. They should take a picture of it. If it's suspicious, take a picture of it, put it on the radar. It's obviously not banned, right? Because if it was banned, someone would be like, "Get that bike out of here! What are you doing?" Right? So it's probably more one thing that made him appear suspicious. I would say I think it was the rangefinder. I think that was what put him on the radar. But we'll put that in the needs more information bucket. Yes, the bicycle hanging out nearby was suspicious because it can't legally vote. Oh, there's a bike. Okay, cool. Nice one. Everybody agrees. I remember that the guy attacked the Republican baseball game a few years ago. It was an elderly guy that was programmed his entire life. Yeah. Well, hold on. I remember the guy. I thought that was like a middle-aged woke black dude, if I remember right. You know, I find a picture of that dude. If I remember that right, maybe I'm thinking of something else, but I remember that guy being like a LGBTQ guy. If I remember right. Acting Secret Service director said there's no standing down order. There was a slight delay once Crooks started shooting because the sniper could only see the crown of his head. Yeah, and that's I think Trump alluded to that as in it was a 1 in a million shot. Like he literally just like, you know, he had a very, very small window to hit that target. It was a very small target, and really, I got to check that out now because like now I have to check my memory. Right, that's how I do it. If I'm like, I never be like, no, I know it. I'm like, no, okay, this is what I think it is now. You know, because it's someone that I trust here that I need to go back and check my memory. Always be revetting your memory, your sources, and your ideas. It's if they're solid, then you have nothing to worry about. That's what I tell people. You have to always go back and do that. Never stand pat on something you started believing 10 years ago, right? It's worth a revamp. It's worth a relook. It's worth a confirmation every now and then to make sure that you heard it right, you remember it right, and that the source you got it from is still credible, right? That'll say that pulls a lot of people out of the abyss if they would just do that. It's part of knowing that it's part of the second awakening, right? It's part of the second veil awakening when you realize that deceit and crafted social engineered narratives aren't just for the establishment, right? When you realize that the alternative narratives that are out there, a lot of them are, you know, out to get you just as bad, just the other side of the coin. They're out to get you too. They're out to discredit you. They're out to pull you down into the abyss. They're out to take you out of the game. There's a lot of them out there. And if you think that government is and this deep state or whoever is smart enough to pull off some kind of shit like this and do all these things, right? Why would you underestimate their ability to use COINTELPRO against the people that are outside of the narrative to discredit them? Why would you give them a pass on that, but say that they're capable of all these other things, right? That's one of the arguments I make to help people get to that second awakening and realize they need to revet their ideas and not trust everybody on the internet, right? Just because you saw a documentary, did you dissect it? Did you go through it? Did you confirm the facts in it? Did you write down the list of every time you were asked to take something on faith? These are the tools that you can use to make sure that you don't fall for grifts. And that's why I'm here. I'm here to do that, to show what I've learned from my experience over almost 20 years now of doing this stuff. And also the tools that I've developed to help people get out of the abyss if they're trapped in the abyss, right? Because we need people to be useful, credible, and active and in positive ways and focused on the real root cause issues. And we can't do that if really highly motivated people who want to do good are trapped at the bottom of these rabbit holes, these conspiracy grifts, right? So that's why we take our time. It's more important than the truth than be right. It's more important to have the truth than be first, right? I walk in there 10th, but I have the truth, then you're first. Like you don't need to be right when you have the truth. All right, let's move on.
This is yet another bombshell. In addition to the would-be loser, Lee Tardy Oswald, other suspicious people were noted by security at the event. Was he the only one to be determined suspicious that day? Representative Andrew Garabino asked. No, he was not. They identified crooks for not matriculating. Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. Interesting. So if they had extended the secure zone just a few hundred feet, he never would have been able to pull it off, right? There were at least two other suspicious people identified.
That's true. If they had just wrapped those buildings inside the perimeter, and then if they had just taken fences and put it in front of it, right? They gated off that road. They said no one's allowed behind the venue. We just can't keep an eye on everybody. Those guys with the red-haired dude with the sun visor and the crazy hair, he would have left. Trump supporters understand they're not going to be pushing back against it. So why not just do it, right? Like I said, if they had just gated off the side of those buildings and put a guard at each side, nobody would have got back there either. You would have seen the guy walking down the street, try to cut down the middle of it, put a gate there. Anywhere if there's an avenue for them to get behind that building, they should have gated it off. I know they were using it. We're gonna get to see inside the building here. You just looked it up. It was a 60-year-old. Okay, wow. Who am I thinking of? Okay, now I got to go back and check on who I'm thinking of. Oh, you know what? It might have been that dude that was walking down the street. Oh, hold on. Who was the guy? Do you remember the guy with the thumb drive? They were talking about thumb drives, and oh man, okay, we can't go get sidetracked on that. But I'll think about it and I'll get back to you, my mentor. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I appreciate it. All right. So yeah, okay. So like I said, there were more than one suspicious person there. We said that on day one,
and tracked by law enforcement that day. But after spotting crooks with the rangefinder, he became a special individual who was, quote, even more suspicious.
Okay. Even more? There are at least two other suspicious people identified and tracked by law enforcement that day. But after spotting crooks with a rangefinder, he became a special individual. Don't take rangefinders and weird shit to rallies, guys.
Law enforcement officials spotted him at 5:10,
Don't climb on things.
identifying him as a suspicious person of interest. 30 minutes later, about 20 minutes before he took the stage, a sniper spotted him looking at his phone and a rangefinder, took a photo of him and sent it to the group chat. There was a text thread that was going. They took a photo of him at some point when he utilized the rangefinder. The suspicion was heightened. I know from an interview that was immediately related to the command post of the Secret Service. Well, then why was Trump allowed on stage?
Because he didn't have a weapon.
Why was he allowed on stage?
Because he didn't have a weapon.
Answer me that question right
I just did.
now. That is the $1 million question. That
is not. Is it incompetence? Is there a breakdown of procedure? Yes. But they didn't just like stop him because he had a weird thing. It was a rangefinder. They knew what it was. He hadn't done anything. He was inside of their control. He was inside of their control at that point.
America needs an answer to, and I will continue to keep asking. I will continue to keep covering this. And I will continue to ask you to,
and you'll continue to not listen.
Follow, subscribe, and share my videos because I'm going to do the best I can to apply pressure and help us all get to.
So you see there at the end, he moved to incompetence from conspiracy, like from inside, from multiple shooters, from all this other stuff. In the course of this video, he moved from incompetency to incompetency. That's just what I know.
To the bottom of this. I hope you're informed by this.
Because that's where it's going to end up. That's what I'm telling you. That's where it's going to end up.
Please do leave a like on it.
Don't get caught up in the grifts. Don't get caught up in people ramping you up to make you think that there's more than one shooter. There's nobody was on the water tower, right? But all the bullets indicate that. All the bullets were fired from the roof. Going to be confirmed here in just a minute. If you haven't confirmed it already, I'm going to do it right here on this show with the people that were literally on the roof counting the shells. Okay. I mean, just be patient. You'll get the truth. It'll come out. The worst thing you can do is mislead others. Let's not try to mislead anybody ever. Okay. So let's go back here. And then the worst thing you can do is mislead others for personal gain. I mean, which is why I really push back against conspiracy grifting. That's all it is. And it's either ego or money, right? And I don't like we need to be better than that because it's abuse. In my, if you guys know me, I think it's abuse. Oh God, this is small. All right, so bear with me. I can't increase the hold on before I do something ridiculous. I can't increase the size on this, so we'll have to go with what it is. So I'll do this view. It'll help a little bit. And then there's this jackass over here, the guy who is pretending to be him. I hope you go to jail, dude. I hope this guy right here goes to jail. Goes to jail. All right, got that. Okay, so he's replying to Paul Joseph Watson. That's funny because the first order mandates the reuniting of the families separated at the border. Well, that's funny. You got that wrong. See, the second and third order is to review of Trump's immigration policies and previous policies. However, his order doesn't actually open borders or reduce the authority of the Border Patrol or anything that would substantially reduce Border Patrol effectiveness. So I'm sorry, but this guy's talking out of his ass. No, not at all. The borders were wide open. He told people to come here. Biden literally told people to come here from other countries and to cross the southern border. We're waiting for you. That's what he said. I'm pretty sure I got that right. I don't know if he said we're waiting for you, but he said, come on. We want you here. I'm sorry. Explain to me how Trump was ever concerned with what the left wanted or anybody in the GOP for that matter. I don't know what he's replying to. But he obviously thought Trump was very self-serving and didn't care about his beliefs or what he wanted because he's the left. Can you see this? Okay, what he wanted. And I was talking about this jackass over here, by the way, if it didn't show earlier. That guy's an idiot. He needs his ass kicked. Somebody please. No, I shouldn't say that online. He needs an ass whipping, as in he needs to be punished disciplinarily from X or other platforms for that, maybe get a strike or something. I don't know. The just coming on there and then trolling people after a crisis event like that, after someone almost lost after somebody did lose their lives, other people were injured, including the president, and to try to troll people like that. Yeah, you guys know what I'm thinking. All right. So there's that. I made sure I circled back and made sure that was there. We all got to see those. Whoop. All right. Back at you. All right. Let's move to the next one. Let's see. Okay, I got that. Okay, next video up. And I'm back to the chat. Guys, what's up? All right. So pretty much what we expected. We would eventually see the truth about his social media. Like we know he was out there somewhere on something. But this is what I want to show you right now. This is from JLR. I don't need his commentary as much as I need the video here, but let's watch this. All right. Now, in a short period of time, you're going to realize this guy wasn't an idiot. He may have done a very stupid thing. He may have had a lot of problems. But if you can follow what he's saying right now, you probably are pretty tech savvy. Let's go.
Falling, so that's basically going to detect if the signal is decreasing. And then if that's our function we just created, we just call it a switch.
JLR investigates. That was Thomas.
Okay, like I said, I don't really need his commentary. Did you cut it off? Here we go.
Hi, this is Jim Geis, and this is our Raspberry Pi lead session. Contrary to popular belief, we are not making Raspberry Pis here. This is a coding course that connects the physical hardware to the software to the student's mind and teaches them how to make a computer interact with the physical world around them.
I didn't do it. It takes time. We're only dealing with 2 pins, so it's like, and then it's going to say GPIO.falling, so it's basically going to detect if the signal is decreasing. And then if that's our function we just created, we just call it a switch.
Very, very strange that.
No, it's not. It's just that he knows what he's doing. So here we go. Lead initiative Raspberry Pi. All right. So he's in the special classes for advanced technology. And Raspberry Pi is advanced technology for the most part. People who probably are very, way up there probably be like, oh man, simple stuff. But man, for the average person, you guys probably have never heard of Raspberry Pi, have you? It's a very small, little powerful computer that can do a lot of things and things you wouldn't even have thought of doing with a computer, So without getting really technical on you guys, Just letting you know, the guy wasn't a slouch when it came to technology. So why wouldn't his phone be encrypted? Why, especially if he was, poking around with, thinking he was going to be some kind of like Superman activist or some secret agent or something for the establishment, right? Let's see. We have another take on that. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this real quick because we're going to go into here. What I want to do next. I think what I want to do next is, where's the Gravea stuff? There it is. Okay. What I want to do next, this is going to be a long one, guys, because I want to cover a lot of stuff. I want to look at we're going to do Robert Gravea next, and we're going to talk about the geo-targeting, right? He did a great job putting together this presentation on the geo-targeting. This is where people are talking about, oh, he went to meet with the feds. He has his phone did this, his phone did that. This is where we're going to get a breakdown on it. And Gravea is doing a very based approach to things like we like. He's not jumping to conclusions, but he's doing a great job of breaking down things. So I'm going to use some of his content to explain this part of it. And then let's see, what's this right here? Okay, yeah, this is the one. Actually, let's do this. Let's debunk this real quick. Benny Johnson. Look at this. I mean, I hate this. I like Benny, but I'm really losing faith in his ability to convey the truth to people. We got the red siren again, guys. Trump assassinated trained with federal agents at mysterious visits to DC. This is insane, right? That's its headline, guys. Trained, gun range, insane. All right. No, the real big word here though is with, right? Because that could be taken a few different ways. When you read this headline, Trump assassin trained with federal agents, it makes it sound like they're right there, like this picture that he put here in the opening video. And I'm just calling out, if you really think that you're about the truth, you don't put shit like this out. This is not an accurate depiction of it. And what you're trying to do is generate the impression through this reenactment, this parody, right? So I'm not do better, Benny. Probably gotta give me some
into account,
movie,
right? And so it's important to preserve the evidence so that you can hold those responsible.
Hold on, this is what he has to say.
What's up, guys? Boy, Benny. In any crime scene, it's very important to preserve the evidence so that you can hold those responsible into account, right? And so it's very valuable to make sure that you have all the evidence gathered together and organized, and that you can determine kind of the motive, perhaps, for the criminals, and then
He just said what he's not about to do.
and use that in court of law to lock them up. And there really is very, very important in big time crimes like, I don't know, attempted murder or murder.
And by the way, I still like Benny, right? I still like Benny. I just want him to do better. This is bullshit, but we'll look at it.
Which is what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. When this man, a guy named Thomas Crooks, who we know virtually nothing about, we know that he's 20 years old. We know that he lived in Pennsylvania, that he donated to Joe Biden on Joe Biden's inauguration day. And that's it. He was able to elude the world's greatest protective service and climb onto a rooftop and fire off 5 to 7 shots at Donald Trump, striking Donald Trump in the head. Another member of the audience, killing one and sending 2 others to the hospital. That's what we know about this guy. That's it. Federal investigators have given us nothing else. Very strange. Why don't we know more about him? He's the only 20-year-old in modern American history who doesn't have a digital footprint, that doesn't have a single.
See what I'm saying? You see how ridiculous he sounds right now? You see how ridiculous he sounds right now? He doesn't need to do this. He doesn't need to do this. I think that he has an employee problem. I think that whoever is giving him this to read, because he's kind of just reading this stuff, is not doing him right. I think maybe he's being handled from the inside to be discreditable. I don't know. That's very conspiratorial, isn't it? But all I can say is that, when he has like Seamus Bruner on and covers the WEF, covers the globalist stuff, like most people, he's on. He sounds good, right? He's ringing the right alarm bells at this point. But when he goes into shit like this and tries to become like some kind of like conspiracy expert or whatever he's trying to do, like he's the source, and he sounds like this. He's literally, well, hold on, when is this from? 1 day ago, right? But why run your mouth when they haven't released anything yet? He's already assuming that the guy had no social media. I don't know. I think someone's doing him wrong, but
Why don't we know more about him? He's the only 20-year-old in modern American history who doesn't have a digital footprint, that doesn't have a single photo of him posted online. That's it.
yeah, neither does my kid doesn't either. My kid doesn't have anything online. He doesn't have photos of himself posted online. Doesn't. Most of us savvy parents now are making sure that they don't, they don't let their kids do that. They're not that they don't let them. They teach them why not to do it, right? And then it's not necessary. It's ridiculous. It's ego. You don't need all that shit.
Really. Some very strange things began to happen yesterday, where we started to learn more
Now, do you think that Benny will come and walk this back? I don't know. I hope so.
about Thomas Crooks. We
I'm not
learned
trying to
more
dog him.
in this hearing on Capitol Hill with the director of the Secret Service. Her name's Kimberly Cheadle. And she was asked point blank, if Thomas Crooks acted alone, is he the only guy that shot President Trump? This answer was quite stunning.
My 13th year agency spectacularly failed. The failure resulted in the death of Corey Comprador and serious injury to two other rally attendees, David Dutch
Hey, Lex,
and
what's up,
James
buddy?
Copenhaver, besides the injuries to President Trump. It is unfathomable that a 20-year-old on the radar of Secret Service and local law enforcement before President Trump went on stage was able to climb onto the roof of a building with a rifle and fire off
I'm too loud,
multiple
let
rounds
me know.
before he was neutralized. Was Mr. Crooks acting alone?
Again, I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Was he just a lone gunman?
I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Yeah, come on, dude. Really? Sad. Yeah, we all know that she was throwing it over the wall, kicking the can down the road. We all know she was avoiding the question and putting on somebody else because she's already under. I guess she already knew she was going to quit. So she's like, so what? I got to open my mouth to get my. I don't know, but he's look at this. I don't know. I'm not here to critique Bennington.
For
I'm here to
motive.
talk about this
Kimberly Cheadle wasn't able to
idea
answer
that he trained with federal
how many
agents.
weapons were fired that day. Kimberly Cheadle wasn't able to answer how many shell casings were found on the
She refused to answer.
sniper's nest, as it were, the assassin's nest on top of the building. Kimberly Cheadle couldn't answer these basic questions. But you know what? It's amazing. There's records of this stuff, right? There's records of what's happening, of course. Well, surely there's got to be a recording of the communications of the Secret Service during that time, and you'd be able to really like triangulate and understand what was happening on all their official channels. Nope. Secret Service does not have radio communications for the recording of July 13th. Unbelievable. Listen.
Does the Secret Service routinely record communications between and amongst detail?
Radio communications,
Any communication?
email communications are captured as well as text messages. And then depending on the detail, radio communications are recorded.
Does the Secret Service have recorded communications from the July 13th event?
We do not have radio
So we
communications
saw
from that
this.
day.
You don't have the radio communications. This is criminal. Donald Trump.
This is sensational, is what it is. It's sensational. All right, hold on. This is we're gonna. I want you to see this approach versus Robert Guber's approach, right?
Wow. Now we're starting to learn a little bit more about perhaps why
Alarms.
and how Thomas Crooks was able to get those shots off. And it gets darker. Yes.
Guys, if you want to see more alarms on my titles and then in my subject lines and in my posts, just let me know in the chat. Am I missing red alarms? Do I need red sirens, whatever they're called? Do I need more of this? Is that what I need?
Yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Crooks was visited by somebody who had connections to Washington, D.C. This according to the oversight
Visited? Was he visited? Or was it him?
project, Heritage Foundation. Thomas Crooks, somebody that worked right in the vicinity of the FBI building here in Washington, D.C. I lived in Washington, D.C. for 15 years. So I know this. I used to actually work right here in this building, right here.
I'll make
That's
you
where
an
I worked.
expert.
Somebody visited Thomas Crooks. I've never visited Thomas Crooks. Somebody visited Thomas Crooks from this area, right in the same vicinity of the FBI. Why? They regularly visited Crooks's home and work. Why? Who was this person?
It was him.
This is some very, very important information. Mobile data. So somebody who
it's like Right? It would be clickbaity, wouldn't it? It would. I would disgrace myself with the red alarms. I think I would. I would feel. I feel like it's just not me. Like I said, I'm not good at this job. I'm not good at grifting people on the internet. That's why I'll probably never be in the big leagues. But that's fine. I don't really want to be in the big leagues. I just want to make sure I reach some people that are interested in hearing the truth, and and we'll see what comes of it. We'll see what comes of it. I would like to be friends with Vivek like he is, though. I mean, how does he get to be friends with Vivek? It's like I'm I'm playing a bit here, but yeah, I would like to meet Vivek and get a chance to interview him.
Regularly visited trucks. We're right in downtown DC, right next to the FBI building.
Kim.com.
Well, whose device is this? Surely
Who's
government
it?
investigators should find out,
Well, why don't you get your car and run over there and figure it out?
right? Everybody's saying, wait a second, this is very, very strange. The plot thickens. Well, it gets even thicker. The shooting range that Thomas Crooks was a member of
Oh my God.
is the Clareton Sportsman Club. The Clareton Sportsman Club is not just a bunch of shooting ranges, but a regional police officer and sheriff's department trained there, plus officers from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh my God. That means he was definitely trained by them. Oh, did you guys quick, red alarms, turn the alarms on. He was definitely trained by them because they actually were at the same shooting club. Oh, yes. The mystery. We've solved the mystery, guys. Into the mystery machine. Let's go. Scooby snacks for everybody.
Department of Homeland Security? I wonder what that means. So Homeland
Yes.
Security,
Like, see that kid over there? Let's go train him. Yeah.
investigative agents were the ones who were training with crooks.
With crooks. Here I said that with crooks. Alluding to the fact that they were training him. They were training together. They're like one big happy family. Bullshit.
If so, have any of them like encountered crooks? Could we get some
You just
information?
said they were training with crooks. You just said it. Now you're asking if they've encountered him. You just said they were training with. You put it in your damn title. Training with crooks. Training. You said he trained with federal agents. Then you said that they trained with him. They were training together. They're family. There's the answer. The range I use has cops, deputies, sometimes practicing there. They don't train anyone. Exactly. They're everywhere training. Right? We don't know who the people are because they just said, oh, people there. But because they were there, because somebody maybe they're retired. And I don't know. But you know what? People who use weapons for a living and in official capacities, they train. They train. Soldiers train, cops train, security trains. They train, they practice firearms, they know how to clean them. They know how to do this stuff because they take the shit seriously. Because they have to. They don't want to hurt anybody else. They don't want to hurt themselves. Right? Ideally. Right? But you did drawing these loose connections, right? Therefore, this, right? False logic, and then putting it out to hold on. 250,000 people, right? Who probably tune into you thinking this guy's cool, he's based, he's Trump supporter, he's Christian, he's a father, he's all these great things. I can totally trust him. He's doing a good job. Amateurs train. Yeah, that's right, Furby. Even amateurs train. Right? But it's not like they're all going, okay, look, guys, we're one big happy family. We're all training together. Here, pull the 20-year-old tech nerd over here. Let's train with him, guys. Let's teach them. Let's teach them our ways. Here, put your sniper rifle down here. Do this. I mean, come on, man. I can't believe he falls for this.
Based on this range, Clareton Sportsman gets reprieve from Turnpike Commission. Clareton Sportsman Club is one of the biggest and busiest gun-related associations in Western Pennsylvania. Is one of the big reasons Fortune has smiled on the club. This club is a place, according to this article, here it is. Clubs of the regional police officers trained there, along with ICE, along with the Department of Homeland Security.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, that they definitely are training him now because I'm surprised by this, and so therefore they trained him up. It's totally an inside job, guys. We got all the evidence right here. Benny cracked the case.
So this guy was training with Homeland Security. Isn't Homeland Security the organization?
Again, he's doing it again. Does he know it? Does he know he's doing this?
That's responsible for the protection of the president, because that's where.
Oh my God! You've solved the big mystery. Yes, we trained him at the club, and therefore then we said, come on, dude. It's so embarrassing.
Your service is under DHS. To recap, crooks used the same shooting range as reportedly federal agencies, including DHS.
There we go. There's Julie Kelly said it better than you did 5 times. He used the same shooting club as some federal agencies may have used. Was it their official training ground? I don't know. I don't know. Even if it didn't mean anything. Means, motive, and opportunity is only proving opportunity. Well said.
DHS. Cheadle referred to questions about the second shooter to the FBI. Cheadle testified.
So, Cheadle testified there's no recording of radio comms. Okay. Cheadle used encrypted chat apps. Okay. Someone who, I guess that's supposed to mean like, if they're plotting behind the scenes, they're going to use this encrypted app so nobody can track them down. Of course, everybody there probably had encrypted apps, but someone who regularly visited a building near. Okay, so it couldn't have been Crooks himself. Are you sure about that?
Testified that there's no recordings of radio communication. Cheadle used encrypted apps. Somebody regularly visited Crooks, visited a building near the FBI.
It was near, so it had to be them. Yeah, it was close to the building, so it had to be them. That's what it was. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, it had to, guys. You see how like he's using his detective brain. Sorry, I'm ragging on him because this is like this is pathetic.
Okay, let's talk about visiting the location of the shooting.
It's just the innuendos too that he makes that allude to like we know what's really going on here, and this points to it. It's like, dude, you put out you influence people.
Of course, that's something that we plan on doing. That's something that members of Congress have done.
What do you
what
plan on
exactly
doing?
did they find? Because remember, the roof was too dangerous to position a Secret Service agent on.
That was just stupid. Okay, we don't need that. We all know about this. All right, let's move on. So we got anything else here worth talking about? We all saw that part.
Josh Hawley find out. Well, Josh Hawley found out something very, very interesting. Remember, Thomas Crooks.
There you go. And Bobby, this is what you were talking about earlier. Josh Hawley.
Josh Hawley find out. Well, Josh Hawley found out something very, very interesting. Remember, Thomas Crooks' favorite gun range was a gun range used by Homeland Security agents from their detail.
Okay, you keep going back to that. It's not.
And Josh Hawley has found out
that
it wasn't actually Secret Service that was protecting Trump that day. That it was actually, and this is according to Josh Hawley's own investigation and whistleblowers.
Okay, whistleblowers, right? So we're guessing that he did his job vetting. We're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt here.
And additional whistleblower allegations suggest that the majority of DHS officials were not, in fact, Secret Service agents, but were instead drawn on the Department of Homeland Security's investigation.
Okay, well, we've known this for a minute, right? But here it is officially.
Investigations. This is especially concerning given that HSI, Homeland Security Investigations agents, were unfamiliar with standard protocols typically used in the type of events.
Okay, so what's he building? What case is he building right now? He's building incompetence. He's not building conspiracy. He's building incompetence. Right? So now he's switched. He's in the other bucket now. Right? No longer about suspicious gun club memberships and secret training sessions with Homeland Security. That's total bullshit, right? Totally like a leap of logic there, and a lot of speculation, a lot of innuendo. Now he's on to incompetence, which is where everybody's really focusing, including Josh Hawley.
Yet HSI is the same people who trained with Thomas Crooks.
So he keeps trying to make this connection, right? So now he's trying to go back to the conspiratorial side of it and draw a connection from the incompetent side. This is bad.
So the
really
lady
bad.
Ghostbusters that you saw embarrassing themselves that day and unable to holster their own weapons, do anything to protect Trump?
So these are the people that he's training with at the gun range. You're saying? Is that what you're saying, Benny? That the Ghostbuster ladies are the one training me at the gun range, and that's why he missed? I don't know. We're just asking questions.
Literally hid behind Donald Trump. Did they know Thomas Crooks? Did they train with him?
Why?
Is this the DC connection?
Yes, that's what it is. You figured it out with your speculation.
What the hell is going on here? Josh Hawley with
I don't know, but you need a new staff.
another banger. Apparently there was law enforcement stationed on that roof. They were supposed to be on that roof.
Hold on. Whistleblower tells me law enforcement personnel were in fact stationed on the roof the day of the Trump rally, but abandoned it, citing the heat. Yeah, okay, so that's why he was asking that question in Congress. They also saw law enforcement were supposed to be patrolling the building, but opted to stay inside instead.
And they abandoned it because of the heat. So President Trump was nearly killed because a Secret Service agent got hot. They're supposed to be patrolling the building, but instead they stayed inside. And they let Tom.
Okay, was it a Secret Service agent or was it local law enforcement? Gotta get your story right. Which one is it? Because that was supposedly their building, right? Or they were saying, we're going to go inside the building and see who was in it in a second. On the very day it happened. Yes. All right. We're going to see what the inside of the building looked like.
Thomas Crooks climbed on the roof and shoot the president. And what will we get out of this shooter's phone?
News, a senior FBI official is telling Fox they believe the shooter acted alone. We're also learning
Oh, is that funny? Is that funny, Benny?
that they can't get into his cell phone. They have it at Quantico, but haven't been able to get any data out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they all use the same technology. And if this guy understood encryption and cybersecurity like he was training himself to be and do, right? He could have encrypted his phone and it made it very difficult for even the big boys down there to get into.
Sure. You believe that? Okay. This is why it's so important for us to cover this. Because
Really?
if you cannot continue to ask questions about these things, if you let it die, like
Asking weird questions and drawing, drawing conclusions where there's no logic or there only speculation, right? Isn't asking productive questions. What you're doing is spinning people up into like a conspiracy that doesn't exist, who they may then again go out and then mouth off to somebody else about it, right? Knowing they got it from you with your voice in their head, okay? And discredit themselves, right? Just end up making a fool of themselves. Some people take their word and who they, putting their name on something very seriously. I would imagine most of the people in my crowd feel that way. That's why you're here. That your credibility and putting your name behind something means something to you. You have integrity. If most of my crowd has integrity, high integrity. That's why they're here.
they wanted to let Donald Trump die, then we'll miss out on a moment to actually truly expose these people.
Okay, they're getting exposed right now for incompetence. If you think there's some kind of built-in conspiracy because you just can't get out of your mind that they were going to do it, maybe they're going to do it later on. This guy just jumped in early, right? Remember, October is the month for surprises. I would have been sweating through October had this not already happened. Right? I still am going to sweat through October a little bit. You know, it's genuinely right before the election something comes up that's supposed to stop it from happening or stop the guy that they don't want in from getting elected, right? It's usually something like that. It's something that's going to sway the vote one way or another. So be on the lookout. We're not there yet.
This is a botched operation, clearly.
Okay, so you got that part right.
From a foreign government, not sure.
Please, if okay, I'm done.
In coordination with malevolent actors inside of our own government, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, let me show you what competent analysis looks like. Let's go to the next one. Let me show you what competent analysis looks like. Besides trying to do my best to be the example of it, let me show you somebody who is, I think, doing a great job right now. All right, we got it sped up. We got your Adderall. All right, cool. All right. You know, when I say that, I mean, I speed up the playback speed and I just call it Adderall.
Unfortunately, the higher ups of the FBI are corrupt. I think the Department of Justice is corrupt. I think high-level Secret Service is probably corrupt. That isn't to say that the people working, on the ground most of them are heroes.
But also just how easy it was to get.
All right, so get a look at the building. We're going to see a lot of good shots of the building here. V Radio, what's up, man? How you doing, V? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're living well. Always a pleasure to see you, man. Always a pleasure to see you. Yeah, I would rather have verified facts instead of conjecture too. Absolutely. All right, so you're gonna get a lot of good shots of the building in this right here.
Get on top of that building.
Yeah, see, look right there is pretty much easy as can be. They said they saw him climbing up.
On
Right?
the ground most of them are heroes.
But
Do a
also
lot of
just
stops. Boom. See, coming
how
around this
easy it
corner.
was.
On this corner right here. Right, I could have gotten on top of that building. It's not hard.
To get on top of that building.
It's pretty damn easy.
What was on the roof that the director said
No,
was really dangerous for Secret Service and other personnel to be on? I'm 70 years old.
Joking.
There's nothing unsafe. Standing in the proximity of the site where the shooter was, as you can see, I'm a 70-year-old man. And this roof is not a big deal. So for somebody to tell me that Secret Service agents couldn't get here, that's crazy.
The Trump assassin made some very interesting trips, some of those to Washington, D.C.
Okay, so right here, the last little bit, he was just Benny was just talking about where he was saying, who was it? Who visited him? Who was it? Well, let's listen to the base approach to that.
DC. New reports from the Oversight Project, you know them on X, have done geo-targeting and followed him around to various states and locations. We're going to go through that. And there's a new
Followed him around.
new report from Just the News that says that he also was using multiple encrypted apps and had multiple connections, the shooter, to various other foreign countries. We wonder what that's all about. Johnson has released the number of shell casings found near the body, and other congresspeople, including
Verified
the 70-year-old
body
man,
cam footage.
show us how to walk on a slope roof. You're not going to believe how he does it. Wait until we see it. But first, we have this new report from the Oversight Project. They are on X.
And dude, this guy is hey V, check this dude out. Like, have you seen Robert Gouveia, V? Dude, he does he uses that Miro board, like the same one I have for the Veils of Perception. Man, he's mastered using this board for presentation work. It's just like it's phenomenal. You might like to look into Miro, the way he uses Miro. Like, I could see you putting together stuff like that when you're making it. You do a great job without it. You don't really need it, but he does it. Just watch the way he uses it.
At
You might like
Oversight
it.
PR,
I can show you how to
here
use
is
it.
what they dropped. It says, we found the assassin's connections through our in-depth analysis of mobile ad data to track movements of Crooks and his associates. And this is something that actually happens. So you can purchase search data in bulk and aggregate. You can search for geo data, different devices, pinging off stores, pinging off different locations. It's all out there. You just have to know how to find it, buy it, and then utilize it. So they've done this. They went through probably some ad network, mobile ad data, and they're tracking the movement of Crooks and his associates. Now, to do this, we tracked devices that regularly visited both Crooks's home and his place of work, and we followed
Old
them. So you can see how
school.
they're doing this. To use a Kamala tool, Venn
Old
diagrams.
school in the
There's a
house.
bunch of different devices that visited this address. There's a bunch of different devices that visited the work address. So if we overlap those, are there any in between that visited both? Probably Crooks. So they've done that. And here's what they found. Someone who regularly visited Crooks's home and his work, maybe it was Crooks or someone else, also visited a building in Washington, D.C. in Gallery Place. This is the same vicinity of an FBI office that was there on June 26, 2023. Oh, whose device is this? You see the Smithsonian's right here, and these two little Gallery Place and this other circle hanging out in Washington, D.C. You know who else is there? Homeland Security. You know who else is there? Secret Service. Buildings all over the place. Very curious. Now, another device, so they found probably a different device, that it's linked to Crooks, so those two things in that Venn diagram, visited Plymouth, Massachusetts. So here's how the travel worked from our friends at Oversight. You see they've got a bunch of pings at the Pittsburgh International Airport, and he's being pinged, right? Hit him with the Starbucks ad. Hit him with whatever is in airports. You know, hit him with this ad. Hit him with this. You know how Facebook knows everything about you. It's because it knows where you are. So then from Pittsburgh, he goes to Boston on March 1st. He's hanging out all over Boston. He hops on this line. You can see him pinging over here to Plymouth. March 1st, he hops on this, takes an Uber down here to Plymouth. Then Hotel 1620 Plymouth Harbor. He's at the hotel for 3 days. Then he goes back.
Okay, so Plymouth Harbor, Massachusetts. Is that what, MA, right? 3 days, March 1st through 3rd. What was going on for 3 days? What was he doing there for 3 days? I was hoping, let's see, if anybody wants to look up anything from Plymouth Harbor, Massachusetts, March 3rd, 1st through 3rd, what events were happening there? I meant to do this before. I meant to do this before the stream. I didn't get a chance to do it because I ran out of, suddenly it was 8 o'clock. Like I turned around and boom. So yeah, obviously he flew from one place to another and then went down to a different place where he couldn't have flown into. Got it.
Back over to Boston Airport, March 3rd, and then back over home to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so he took a trip to go here for something for 3 days. Is this where Matsuri was? No, I'm just kidding. But Plymouth Rock, is that Plymouth Rock? The sheriff of YouTube is here. He's got it all figured out. Yeah, he definitely had an undercover lover. It's probably the Secret Service Ghostbuster, right? Anyways, while we're going through this, if anybody comes up with anything, I'm going to look to at the same time. If you come up with anything you think it may be worth mentioning, let me know.
National. So you can see, interesting. Why is he traveling around from Plymouth to Boston? What was that for? March 1st, visiting family, something explainable, something benign? Don't know. We found a device linked to Crooks's work that also traveled to Butler, Pennsylvania, also on July 4th and July 8th. But after that, device was gone. Oh, now we need to know when the actual rally was scheduled. So does he get notice? He gets his phone. He says, oh, this is it. I'm going to go take him out. Then that device is gone, right? He says, oh, they probably tracked this one, so he burns that. Found a device linked to Crooks's work, goes and scopes the site. On August 30th, last year, one device linked to crooks
Golf
visited
tournament?
Allegheny Arms, right? And this could even be dad. You could think about the parents could be in this center of this Venn diagram because they might go visit the son at work. It's a work party or they're going to pick up their kid or whatever. So maybe this was when dad purchased the gun. Don't really know. Now here's all the relevant locations within Bethel Park that are linked to both Crooks's home and his place of work. So those same devices hit all these locations. Work location was here. Home location was over here. A bunch of pings. Also at the Allegheny Arms and Gunworks. Then a bunch of other stops. Tang Sudo Karate could be here. Could be at a laundromat. Flora Park Center, another ping. South Park Golf Course, maybe golfing. This was
South Park Golf Course. That must be fun.
near redacted.
It's,
Don't know
it's
what
like a putt-putt place or something with South Park characters.
that is. This is near redacted. Planet Fitness.
Like, why would they redact these things? It's like someone's house or something. Maybe near this, near that. Why do that? I mean, it's just so much data here. I mean,
We also saw high school, YMCA, school district. Could be also near these other locations, right? We don't know exactly what those are. It looks like they redacted those. But for those who are tracking this type of data, here's what they did. They said, we've identified devices that were located at Crooks's home and his work within the past year. There were at least 9 devices that were linked to these ad IDs. And yeah, it's not necessarily your name per se, right? Like your name is not batched in there. They aggregate the data and they anonymize it. I think they hash it essentially. And then you get these ad IDs and then they track you to your ads. It's interesting stuff. It says, we are willing to cooperate with legitimate investigations and share further information. But for the protection of whistleblowers in our investigation, we will not be sharing further information with the Congressional Task Force due to the connective tissue between that entity, the FBI, the Secret Service, and other entities. So that is from the Oversight Project. We also have questions about the ties to foreign entities and the use of encrypted apps. Just the News had this breaking story. It says, while Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle shoved her nose up at the congressional people, the FBI has now disclosed to Congress that the shooter used 3 encrypted communications apps, ostensibly tied to Germany, Brussels, and New Zealand. And
yeah, okay, the apps themselves, right?
also possessed an arrest photo of another Michigan school shooter.
People develop apps all around the world for encryption. You can just go pull it down off of wherever you want to download it from. Again, we've already established the fact that this guy was highly technical, was very much into tech, and was heading down the career path of, he was heading, what he was learning was sending him down the career path of cybersecurity, right?
The Crumbly shooting.
So,
I don't
yeah,
know-
of course, he'd be interested in encryption and trying different encrypted devices and being extremely secure, especially if he was going to be up to something too.
know if this means that the apps are founded in these locations, like these are German apps or Brussels apps or New Zealand apps, or if he's talking to people in the apps to people.
Or if it's like proxies, like proxy servers, proxy chaining, right, for encryption to hide your locations. Obviously wasn't hiding them too well if he was able to be tracked by ad pings. But so yeah, what was the encryption apps? What were these for, right? So they had, when they got his phone, they had a hard time getting into it. So obviously it was meant to lock the phone at some point. One of them was, at least.
In those locations. Now, in multiple briefings, FBI leaders told lawmakers that the 20-year-old assassin's his primary cell phone has become an important focal point of the probe, including
Found next to him on the roof.
14,000 images that were found on it. Of what? According to multiple people. The FBI has not given us an update since J14. Now, the phone included an arrest photo and other information of Ethan Crumbly. Remember that? That was the terrible school shooting where both parents even got convicted because they were just like, yeah.
As far as images go, like downloaded images, I don't know that if that's that interesting, unless you want to get into like, a little bit more of what his interests were. The photos taken, or maybe our photos downloaded from emails, right? Anything that may have put him together with another person. That's what I'd be looking for. Cached images from web searches. There you go, Murphs. Yep, secured messaging apps. Sure. Now, Sheriff, buddy, you have a chance to shine here. You told me that you had a degree in technology. You have a chance to shine here. Encrypted apps like Discord, 14,000 images are not a very possible number unless they are thumbnails. Yeah, probably. Thumbnails, cached images. I think that's kind of like a boom, He was a SIM swapper. Yeah, of course. Did you caught? Yeah, I think you missed the beginning when I went through like all the, he graduated with honors, a math and technology guy, National Technology Society, award winning. He won a $500 award for technology of some kind Let's see. I still have this. Yeah, it's right here. He'd just gotten into college. He had an associate degree, engineering science. Yeah, it was just a community college, but he had an associate's degree. Career in technical education. He attended a computer technology program at the Steel Center for a career in technical education. We showed a video of him working on an apple pie. I'm sorry, a Raspberry Pi. Did I say apple? Have I been saying apple all night? God damn it. Raspberry Pi. Guys kick me next time I say apple pie. Raspberry Pi. Let's see, where's the National Honor Society thing? Okay, National Technical Honor Society. And he won the National Math and Science Initiative Award. That's what it was. So the guy wasn't a slouch when it came to technology, and he was very interested in these things. And when you're 20 and you got all that time on your hands, I'm sure you know, and you go to clubs like this, I'm sure you get you watch a lot of videos about it. You get a lot of education about it. I want to try this. I want to try that. People who are into technology and shit like that, they want to get it in their hands and try it and mess with it and see how a lot of times they're learning as they're using it as well. I went to university in 2001 for information systems course. Has evolved since. Yes, it definitely has. Yeah, now you want some apple pie. I'm hungry too, man. It's making me hungry. Stop. Raspberry. I have a Raspberry Pi and a lay potato. Do you have a Raspberry Pi? I have one too. It's over there. Yeah, right. No, we all know he's not. We all know he's not. I did a whole documentary here on original Anon, where that came from. It's funny. All right. Anyways, back to the video.
Hey, go shoot him. Yeah, whatever. Who was convicted in the deadly shooting. This is from one source who's speaking on condition of anonymity. Now, the phone also included stock images, firearms and guns, other articles related to U.S. government figures. Screenshot of online live coverage of the rally was there 10 minutes before he began shooting. He took a screenshot of the rally. One of the most tantalizing pieces of evidence from the phone, according to the sources, was 3 foreign encrypted platforms used by crooks that were apparently based in Germany, New Zealand, and Belgium. So the apps are not domestic apps. The encryption.
People use non-domestic apps all the time.
On the apps poses a significant
they're not
challenge.
criminal.
The FBI's closed-door briefings also provided a far more detailed timeline about the events than Cheadle ever offered, including that the Secret Service first conducted a site survey at the Butler event on July 8th. That included the AGR building. The survey was 5 days before the event and resulted in a security plan that relied on 3 concentric rings of security around the podium. Crooks visited Butler Farms twice before the shooting, once on J 7th and again at 10:30 in the morning. He returned. He's like, oh, this is easy. There is no security here. Goes, gets his gun, bought some ammo. I can shoot him here. No problem. The FBI also told lawmakers the Secret Service was first notified at 5:51 on J13 early about a suspicious person at the speaking venue. Information was relayed 1 minute later to the Secret Service team and to agents on the ground. That means Secret Service had at least 9 minutes warning before Trump even came out and began speaking, and 20 minutes before crooks began shooting. Those numbers are just came out at ground. That means speaking venue. Information was relayed.
Okay. Again, the suspicious person thing. Just because someone's a suspicious person doesn't mean they stop the event. Nobody ever said that that's how the way things worked. Should they take a more advantageous approach to suspicious people now? I mean, everybody's like, oh my God, suspicious people. You know, I just spent 20 minutes on this at least, but there's suspicious people at every event. They're flagging. They're not flagging suspicious people. They're not doing their job. Right. It doesn't mean that they stop the event. So the timeline, all this shit, I'm just like, that's just a bunch of hot air to me. It's like, that means nothing. Procedure, policy, how to handle suspicious people, needs to be enhanced, updated, optimized. Sure, let's go. But we can, hindsight's 2020.
1 minute later to the Secret Service team and to agents on the ground. That means Secret Service had at least 9 minutes warning before Trump even came out and began speaking, and 20 minutes before crooks began shooting. Those numbers are just devastating. That is like, come on, dude. 9 minutes? 1 minute before the first shots were fired, the Secret Service sniper was alerted. Oh no! Was alerted that there was a local police incident.
Communication breakdown. All right. If they didn't get or what? Okay, so apparent or seems to be an apparent communication breakdown. 1 minute is just 60 seconds. All right. It goes by really quickly. So the message got there, right? That's what they're saying, is that the message got there. 1 minute before they started firing. Within that minute, they had somebody over there trying to climb up the roof and look at him. He turned around, pointed the rifle at the cop that was looking over up the thing. The guy fell off, right? He fell off because he didn't have a way to protect himself, so he jumped off, right? So how many seconds did that take? So within 1 minute, they went to go investigate the guy because he had climbed on the roof. That's why they went to go look up on the roof, got something pointed at him, right? Fell off the roof. The guy turned around, started shooting. All right, so 60 seconds, guys.
Incident at the 3 p.m. position to where
If I have it right, if I don't, let me know in the chat.
speaking. Must have been the guy who fell off the roof. One of the Trump's detail agents began inquiring what was going on just before the first shot was fired. FBI said evidence that its agents recovered from Crooks's body or nearby after a countersniper killed him included the AR-15 rifle, a remote transmitter, a receipt from Home Depot, his primary cell phone. The Bureau told lawmakers that evidence seized from his vehicle in the parking lot at Butler included 2 explosive devices that were set to function remotely. There was a drone in there, more advanced than the Secret Service, a tactical vest with plates in the front and back, 4 magazines full of the same ammo that was used in the shooting. There was also
he didn't take anything suspicious but the rangefinder, which he probably thought wasn't suspicious, with him. He left the vest. He didn't bring the extra magazines. I guess he didn't think he was going to get a chance to use them. And I guess he had the remote with him, but he was going to try to do this afterwards. No, he got clipped. He got clipped. And had he not got clipped by the crown of his head, good chance that would have been the next step. Good chance. But the sniper got a 1 in a million shot. Could only see the crown of his head. Took it. It was effective. And that stopped the event.
evidence seized from his residence was 14 additional weapons.
Okay, we don't know that those were his weapons or what kind of weapons that means. Could be bats, could be brass knuckles, could be nunchucks, could be katana swords, could be throwing stars. We don't know what weapons means here.
Explosive device, a secondary cell phone, a laptop and a hard drive, and 3 USB.
A laptop with a hard drive, 3 USB devices, 1 explosive device. So whichever one he didn't take with him.
Devices. Agents said the most startling find thus far has been the complete absence of evidence revealing any political or ideological motive for the shooting. What could it be? I know a lot of people say he was a Trump fan. No, he's a Trump fan. Oh, so you wanted to go shoot him in the head? Is that what a lot of fans do? On his laptop, Crooks visited websites about building explosives and left a message in an online.
On his here you go. On his laptop, Crooks visited websites about building explosive devices, right? Which isn't illegal, but there's your evidence of how he got the knowledge to try to do this. Again, a technical guy, like to work with his hands, like to get inside computers. You're using Raspberry Pi. You're somewhat you're a little bit hardware driven as well. You're off the norm. You're not really the normal person's got a laptop or a PC or something like that, right? And they know how to use it. They're mouse and keyboard driven. They use GUI interfaces. You're using Raspberry Pi. You're code driven. You're command line based, right? And you're hardware competent. So you can make that device into many different things. You're using different kinds of switches that are in there to turn it on and off to make it do different stuff. I'm not an expert at it at all, but I've had some experience with it. So I understand what the basics of them are used. In fact, we used one time way back in the day. They've been around for a long time. Like, God, was this we used one way back for some kind of like security device. Like it was recommended by another person that was real nitty-gritty network kind of sysad kind of person. So anyways, enough about that.
Gaming platform where he said July 13th will be my premiere. And I think that might.
So left a message in a gaming platform. Wonder what it was. Steam. No, with his profile picture that read July 13th will be my premiere. How about that? We don't know what gaming platform. We don't know what profile picture was used on that gaming platform. But there you go. More social media. This is what kids these days. These are their social medias. Discord, Steam. They're not into Facebook and all that weirdo stuff. Instagram, unless they're trying to make content and make money or something like. They're not into these other sites. YouTube, whatever. They're not into Facebook. They're not into these things. Their social media is different than ours.
might be
Hey,
disputed
Suzanne
or
from the Rumble
still in
side.
flux. Now, we also saw that Kimberly Cheadle was very coy about any details about what happened on J13, the attack on American democracy that was allowed by the Secret Service under the Biden administration. Says Senator Ron Johnson posted this. He says, since I released my preliminary findings on Sunday, says we've continued to investigate. He says 2 witnesses now confirm seeing 8 shell casings near Crooks's body. Cheadle knew that, but she refused to share it with the American people. So here's what Johnson wrote. Says on Sunday, July 21st, Senator Johnson released preliminary findings based on conversations and information obtained by his office following J13, the assassination attack on Trump. The senator's office has continued to speak with witnesses and is appreciative of the individuals who have come forward to share what they saw and experienced.
Hold on a second, guys, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. Is there something wrong with my thumbnail? Like, do you guys still see my thumbnail, the one I made? I mean, because like I go in different places and it's like it's my default thumbnail for some reason. Like on YouTube. Are you guys still seeing it? Or do you guys see my do you guys see the thumbnail that I made with his face on it? Like it's some weird shit's happening where my hold on. They're not. Oh, guess what? They removed the age restriction on my video from last night. Winning. Keep on winning. Always winning. Let's see. Yeah, we gotta play something for that.
He's over there winning. Can't stop winning.
And they're upset because we're winning.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, so that got taken off. How about that? Unless I misread it. But the next mystery, I keep seeing my thumbnail, but I looked at another place and the thumbnail had changed to something else. It's just really strange. I mean, I did everything the same as I always did it. Only thing I can think of is that they somehow don't like it. I don't know. I'm just kind of keep my eye on YouTube. You know how they are about this weird stuff. All right, let's get back to work. Unhumans by Jack Pacific. Do you like that book? Is that a good book? No, the one on the thumb. I'm sorry. The thumb. I said thumbnail. Yeah, thumbnail. The image, thumbnail image for this stream. It should have a picture of Thomas Crooks, and it should say winning 2024, and say a pro Biden confirmed question mark. But thank you for that. Anyways, it's a must read. Okay, I put it on the list. I have a show called Unrig the Game every Monday night where we read books. We don't read them, we listen to them, audiobooks. We're in the middle, like dead in the middle of the Vivek Ramaswamy's Woke Inc. In fact, thank you for bringing that up, Bobby. It's a great time for me to say. Last Monday, very lowly, an extremely weirdly low viewed episode for Rumble. But I want to point out, like, out of all the chapters we've read in that book, 6 and 7, which is what we covered Monday, were the 2 best chapters. And I really believe that you could pick up the book at 6 and 7 and go from there if you were interested in what it is. And if you do like it, you can go back and listen to the build-up chapters. I think that he builds up a lot of background within the first 5 chapters. But when he hit 6 and 7, boom, they were smoking. I mean, it was really awesome. So if you want to know more about Vivek Ramaswamy or the woke industrial complex, that book's incredible. So it's over there on Rumble. It's got its own playlist. But if you just are starting cold, last week's episode is the one to start with. I mean, great chapters. 2 of my favorites so far in the book. And so it's just getting better and better and better. But yeah, hey, Bobby, I'll put Unhumans on the list of potential next reads, or at least on the list of books to come up that we're going to read. I have one called Big Intel that I really want to take a look at as well. So that's probably going to be in the running for next book we're going to read. And I'll go and I will get Unhuman and add to my Audible list. I have credits built up. So I'll go ahead and get it. I'll buy it. And I'll check it out. So even if we don't read it on the show, I'll read it. But thank you for recommending that. I appreciate it. All right, let's get back to this.
On J22, during testimony before the House Oversight Committee, Kimberly Cheadle then refused to answer questions about the number of shell casings found near the body of the would-be assassin Crooks. Although Cheadle confirmed the FBI told her how many shell casings were on the roof, she withheld the specific numbers from lawmakers due to the FBI's ongoing investigation. Now today, July 23rd, in testimony before the House Homeland Security Committee, Christopher Paris, the commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police, was asked how many rounds Crooks fired before he was killed. Commissioner Paris responded, I believe the number is 8. 8 casings have been recovered. And that is from the hearing. Says the testimony is consistent with eyewitness information that Senator Johnson's office has received to date. And so he updates this. Multiple law enforcement officials report 8 shell casings found near Crooks's body. At least 3 local law enforcement officials.
We're going to see that Senator Grassley's body cam footage that he released. They're basically show you there. I mean, you can't really see him on the roof, but you hear them mention that. Well, there they are right there. 1, 2. Then he counted 5 and they found like 5, 6, 7, 8, 3 later or something like that. Or I don't know. The way that he was set up could have been, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, but we'll watch the video. You guys tell me what we'll remember it together the right way.
Reported to Senator Johnson's office that there were 8 shell casings located near Crooks's body. So that would make those 8 shots his. 2 of these individuals saw the shell casings firsthand. The 3rd individual told Johnson's office that the FBI informed him that there were 8 shell casings found on the roof. So Johnson's releasing this material, even though it's preliminary, to ensure transparency and keep the public well informed. That's for
this is the kind of stuff you can. This is the kind of stuff you can release. Why not? Yeah, we should see more of that. They shouldn't have held this stuff back at all.
Johnson. So remember, we didn't know who that second set of 5 shots came from. I mean, we heard it. It sounded different. We heard pop, 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 first 3. We thought those were from Crooks, clearly. Then we heard pop, 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 pop. Sounded differently. Then we heard a wait, pop. And that was theoretically the counter sniper taking Crooks out. That second batch of 5, where did those come from? Sounds like it came from Crooks, or somebody threw some shells up there. I don't know. Either way, 8 were found by the body. And it sounds like that's pretty well documented. 3 people at least have said that. The audio, there's definitely 8 in that first batch. There's 3, then 5. So that reporting is interesting. Also,
you see what I'm talking about, V? Like he's got this all on a Miro board. So he puts his points together with these lines here. Like, this little chart, and then he has the video. You can put the video links on there. You can do all kinds of stuff with a Miro board. So we should hang out sometime. I'll come over to the server or something like that. I'll show you my Miro board, and I'll show you the stuff you can do with it. That is, if you're still here, V. Yeah, there he is. Okay, yeah. You see that? And that's pretty cool. I thought you might like that.
Had this exchange. Johnson showed up with Human Events and Jack Posobiec, shout out to that team, and had this exchange. He says, it's all preliminary. We really don't know a lot about this, but we have to tell you what we're finding. Here's Ron Johnson.
Miro boards are free, by the way.
Reluctant to issue preliminary findings because, again, it is so incomplete. It's so preliminary, but these are all things that we were told by local law enforcement. I think that's the key. We reached out immediately to local and federal law enforcement, and people started talking to us. And so we memorialize all these things while it's fresh. And seeing when I saw how much the federal officials were just not being transparent. And of course, you had in our Senate briefing on Wednesday, both FBI.
They didn't pull them. The police that were watching that were in the room where the window was, right? They got a call to leave to go confront the guy downstairs, to go look for him downstairs because they needed more eyes. That's why they left. They didn't know he was climbing the roof at that point. They found out later, and it wasn't 1 minute. It was a few minutes before that, I believe. We're going to get the full story later, and there's no proof that he's a Trini, dude. There's no proof.
I am the Secret Service director saying, boy, we don't want these conspiracy theories to take hold. Well, if you don't want that to happen, tell the American people what you know.
Exactly.
I think
Not
people realize
complicated.
it's incomplete. It's very early in the process. They'll cut you some slack on that. So I'm hoping people will cut us some slack on how incomplete and preliminary our findings were. And information changes, I'll provide it. That's one of the reasons I'm saying now that we've had confirmation, eyewitness account that there were 8 shells, maybe that will later rest the concerns that there's another shooter. Again, it's even
well, you think you'd hope, right?
It's so important to be conducting the investigation now, and it's so important to have an independent investigation because, unfortunately, and this is sad, we can't trust the Secret Service and the FBI. We just can't do it. Look at what the FBI did with the Russian collusion hoax. They knew that was a dirty trick by the Hillary Clinton campaign. They knew that the source of the SEAL dossier was
really good at it,
investigating as a Russian spy, and yet they allowed the Mueller committee, the special counsel, to be set up and put America through political turmoil that hasn't ended to this day. So, unfortunately, the higher ups of the FBI are corrupt. I think the Department of Justice is corrupt. I think higher ups of the Secret Service is probably corrupt. That isn't to say that the people working on the ground are, most of them are heroes. Okay, look what happened in terms of the detail around President Trump. They put their bodies and they protected President Trump. Those folks are heroes, but at the top of these agencies, they're political, they're partisan, and we can't trust them.
And they're corrupt.
There you go.
And shout out to Ron Johnson for saying that word. DOJ is corrupt, Secret Service probably corrupt, FBI is corrupt. It's true. They're corrupt.
It's corrupt. Corruption. Corruption's the root cause issue. We have to end the corruption. Yes.
And that's why we have such disdain for them, because they have rigged everything. And he just started with the 2016 stuff.
I don't blame anybody for being suspicious about everything. I'm just saying we got to keep our heads on straight when we do this stuff, or we become as frantic and weird as the other side, right?
We didn't even get into the 2020 stuff. Add the CIA to that list there too, Ron, and then we'll have a lot more to talk about. But that was a nice assessment, and we're very grateful that we have Ron Johnson out there, because, man, he is good. We have Chuck Grassley's also amazingly good. The Homeland GOP House Committee is also digging into this. They said that they went out and did a visit today, and they put out this little summary video of how that went down. This is from House Homeland GOP on X.
And lawmakers from the House.
Former President Donald Trump is safe, according to the Secret Service, after an assassination attempt on the presumptive Republican nominee in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And a group of a dozen bipartisan lawmakers from the House Homeland Security Committee did something that Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle has yet to do, and that is to visit the rally site 9 days
see more
after
images
the
here,
assassination attempt against former President Trump.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Green, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, and I'm here at the assassination attempt site of President Trump, and where that American hero was killed. We've walked the ground to get a sort of bird's eye perspective in order to go and ask the right
questions. Tell me these people aren't really trying to do some good here, man. It's like, I mean, check it out. There's that one Lee lady. Everybody we saw in that committee said they went there. Here they are. They're out there trying to figure out what's going on. So when they go in front of people, they can, have a base of knowledge to work off of. And they say that they've been there. They understand the situation, right? They've at least put their eyes on it. They put their feet on the ground.
questions of Secret Service and the individuals who actually were supposed to, had the responsibility to guard the president and failed.
Boom. This is what I want to, right here. This is what I want to talk about right here. I mean, dude, this is an easy climb. Come on. Have you guys seen this before? There's the air conditioning unit. Remember I was talking about there was one down there in that little alley right there, right? And that there was the pipe, the condensation pipe going up, where you had these brackets right here. Very, they're bolted on. They're strong, easy climb for a skinny kid, right? Because you're not pulling a lot of weight up with you, and they, and look at this. There's a nice little place to step, put your foot, boom, boom, boom. I tried to look up Thomas Crook's height and weight. I imagine his weight was pretty light. I was trying to figure out how tall he was. If he, so just to try to imagine like what he would need to do to get up on the roof, right? But you can see from this guy standing over here, right? He's probably on a step. I think there's a step up somewhere over there. And from this guy right here, but look at the door height to the roof, right? This is a walkthrough between buildings, right? Not a high roof, just a walkthrough. Just needs to cut through from one place to another, right? Average door height, but the ceiling, it's it's not super high. So I mean, you could have got. I think he would have gone up like this, boom, boom, up, right? Boom, boom, up. But if he was a jumper, he had some long legs or something like that. He was a little bit taller. Easy jump over here. Boom, boom. Climb up, crawl across. You can crawl, all the way through there. So if this is the way I think it could have got up. I think that's why they're here looking at it. More to come, but no ladder needed, right? So
oversight over the site of the assassination attempt, which was, as everybody knows, a catastrophic failure.
There was a failure in planning, a failure in execution, a failure in leadership. For them not to have secured a building with a direct line of sight to the stage where the president was ultimately shot is unexcusable. And we want to get answers, and we want to figure out why.
They also were struck not only.
Okay, here's another aerial shot, right? There's that walkway. There's that walkway between, right? There is a walkway between. Could have been this one. It could have been another one on the other side. I don't know. They saw him like here it is right here. So people would have seen him over on this side first, right? And they could have got an angle of seeing, hey, there's a guy climbing on the roof, even if he's over all the way over here. Or maybe they were shot. Some people were shouting from this side, right? They didn't have this area boxed off. Look at all this. I mean, it seems like anybody could have walked around here. Just cars parked over there. I don't know. I guess it did tell people not to camp out over here because there's nobody. I don't remember seeing people by this fence at all. But anyways, we're gonna see a much better angle of this later. But this is right where it all happened.
By how close that AGR building was.
Look, They're climbing up here. This is like, I think this is where the bush was that you saw, and then there was a ladder right here that the Secret Service or the military or someone cops had put up, right?
These guys doing that. Oh my gosh. They're walking on this roof. They must be like
He's gonna make some jokes about the
The
planar
GR
roof.
building was to the stage, but also just how easy it was to get on top of that
Right?
building.
I was
Yep.
on the roof that the director said
No, I don't believe
really
that.
dangerous.
Yeah,
for,
right.
You're gonna see
Secret
plenty of
Service
that
and
in a
personnel to
second.
be on. I'm 70 years old.
What?
There's nothing unsafe
No way.
about that roof.
No way.
Anytime.
Murph says he had crawled from the west side of the roof to the east side. I think that's when people noticed him. Okay, that makes sense. Now, do we know where north and south, and east and west are in this case? I'm like, oh man, somebody needs to put a compass mark on there. Like, yeah, I was like, okay, west side of the, where's the North Star?
You're investigating a crime. Getting back to the beginning and understanding how it happened, what was the location, what were the tools, how was it done? Those kinds of things are so.
There you go. See, check him out. He's pulling on that thing to see if he could actually someone could put their weight on it. This looks like an easy climb. It does not look difficult. Now from this angle, the AC unit and the box look a little further away from the door than it did from the other angle. Just goes to show you how your eyes can see one thing one time and something else the next, which is why you can't really believe your lying eyes most of the time. You really need to confirm what you see, what you believe, and then revet it. So for unfortunately people who believe in chemtrails and shit like that, that's the trap they fall into. They don't understand that when you look up, you lose your depth perception and you can't tell how high things are. But anyways, the if you were to jump up there, boom, 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 and you had enough height, you had enough strength or enough lack of weight, I guess, you could scale up this book. You could scale up this building. Anybody think they couldn't scale up this building when they were 20? I mean, let's see, he had crawled to the west side. Yes, the west is the back side. The east is where we see the front doors of the building parking lot. Thank you, Murph. We need pictures from all angles. Okay, we're gonna take a look here. This is the west side of the building. Okay, so this is where supposedly the bike and the backpack were supposed to be found.
Important for us
Or they
to
moved it
understand
there.
What happened here? and
Because what we're gonna hear from the people on the roof saying that's where it is. I don't know if they said that's where it is. Doesn't mean that's where they found it.
what questions we need to ask going forward.
And the Committee on Homeland Security is committed to get to the bottom of this. We're going to exercise every aspect of our accountability and oversight, both here in Butler, Pennsylvania today, and tomorrow and weeks ahead in Washington, D.C. Stay tuned.
All right, so good news from the GOP. They're there. They're digging into it. This woman is also from Florida. Her name is Laurel Ali. She is a representative, says the assassination on Trump the attempt could have been prevented. I saw firsthand, this should have been well within the capabilities.
There you go. Look at that. I would have been like, screw the ladder. I'm gonna try to climb up, but I guess none of these guys are willing to strain for science. Okay.
Of law enforcement. My colleagues and I are working to figure out how to prevent this from happening again. You can see, man, that guy even jumped. Wow, that guy's incredible.
Well, you heard a couple of the really important things that we learned yesterday. First off, we had a chance to really walk the grounds, inspect the area, see the perimeter, and a couple of things were crystal clear. One, this was not a large area. This is a place that should have been secure, that should have been well within the capability of law enforcement to make sure that it was secure. We saw the roof. All of us had the opportunity to take a look at that roof where the shooter camped out. It was not a steep slope. That is a place, you see right there, members of Congress walking up on that roof. So it's something that clearly they could have handled. The other thing is we had the water tower.
I mean, dude, you could have parkoured up there too. Could have some parkour up there. Some people know how to use both buildings to kind of brace themselves to get up. I mean, it didn't seem difficult.
So this is our takeaway, is that this seems like something that is just a catastrophic failure to communicate, a catastrophic failure to plan and prevent what is clearly an avoidable circumstance down there at the rally. And the other thing we got to do was talk to local law enforcement and people who were there and hear their impressions of that day and what it was like for them being there. And, this has just been a horrible experience, of course, for this local community and the families who were there. In Congress, we want to get answers about how something like this could have possibly happened and have some accountability. Well, you didn't have.
We'll see if there is. That is a good congresswoman there digging into this. We're happy about that. Byron Donalds, we heard yesterday, eviscerate Cheadle, said that he could go to his kids and they would tell him the truth more than she did when they got in trouble. Okay. Did your dog really eat your homework? Byron Donalds' kids, it's like, sorry, Dad, no. Didn't actually eat the homework. Cheadle's like, no, for real, though. Like, yeah, it's gone. And actually, I can't even talk about the dog because they're with the FBI. So ask them. So here is Byron Donalds and this other fella talking about the aftermath of the assassination attempt.
That's what was so disgusting. Simple stuff like who knew what and when did did they know it? And what was the chain of communication? You don't have to give us the names of specific agents, but you can sit there and say, we were alerted at this time, and here's the flow of information as it got down to the president's core detail team, which is with him basically all the time. She couldn't even give us that level of information. And so at this point, talking about it, only thing that we should be talking about is the fact that the American people should feel shamed by this administration and by this Secret Service director, because there is no confidence in her ability to do her job going forward.
No, not at all. And of course, she has resigned now. So Byron spoke about that before that news broke, but he's right. What is happening here is no answers. She just comes in, plays the part, resigns, and that's the end of it. Is we're going to have some committees formed and they'll just say the decisions have already been remedied, right? We've already made our decisions to solve this problem. Now, here is this guy, Representative Carlos Jimenez, 70 years old, and basically like a wizard or a warlock or something. I don't know how he's doing this, but we can only hope that we can be this vigorous when we're 70.
I'm standing on approximately the site where the shooter was. As you can see, I'm a 70-year-old man, and this roof is not a big deal. So for somebody to tell me that Secret Service agents couldn't have been here, that's crazy.
Man, it doesn't even look like it's that hot out either. Like, are you sweating? Is he going to like have a stroke or a heart attack or something?
You can see that got a clear line up to the president. Not a hard shot.
Not even a hard shot. 70-year-old dude on the roof. He must be like magical. All right, so we now know that we've got some interesting connections between people who are at least visiting the shooter's house and his workplace. We got weird trips to DC. We have 8 shell casings now on there. A lot of stonewalling from the federal agencies. Local cops are explaining what's happening. And fortunately, we do have some Congress people who are there checking the scene out and digging into this. And so we're going to keep covering this, my friends. Thank you so much for subscribing.
Good job, dude. All right. Next up.
After the assassination attempt tonight, remarkable new images here.
Let's see.
The alleged gunman seen climbing to the roof just minutes before opening fire at that.
Stunning
I think
new
we've
video
seen this
tonight
already.
showing the moment Donald Trump's would
Right there. So you don't see him actually
the
climb up.
assassin climbed onto the roof of that building.
But he just had, right? He just had. He was adjusting his body right there.
Just 2 minutes before.
So I just kind of threw that in there so we had a better look at it.
And Miss Thomas Crooks climbing up
watch
the
this.
outside of the building to the roof. The same building was being used as a staging area for local police, according to 2 law enforcement officials. And Butler Township officials are confirming ABC News is reporting that a local police officer climbed up the roof and confronted Brooks moments before the shooting.
The officer grabbed hold of the edge of the building, pulled himself up to be able to look, and according to what he's told
Hey,
me,
Judge,
shooter
what's up?
turned, rifle was pointed at the officer. The officer, defensive move, kind of ducked, fell, lost his grip on the building.
I think right here
Investigators tonight trying to determine whether roof access had been properly locked down. The shooter climbing seemingly unimpeded about 400 feet from the stage with a direct line of sight on the former president.
Take a look at what happened.
And Washington
we've seen
lawmakers
that.
demanding answers, calling on the Secret Service
Okay.
director.
Just wanted to show that real quick. That was just in the mix there. And there, when we see where is the one where we saw the ladder? Well, it didn't really matter because we know that they put the ladder there, but it shows that the ladder was not a is it not this one? Yeah, it was. Okay, no, it wasn't this video. All right. So all right. Next we want to take a look at the body cam footage and then I want to kind of do a little bit of debunking. So let's take a look at that since we're on this track right here. Okay, so I'm going to stop this right here. I'm going to fast forward to past the parts that we've already seen. And yeah, this got a little bit of a warning on it. So look, here we go. This is the guy of the video cam footage. There will be some blurred out things here. I'm gonna go on this mute. Hopefully I don't get any problems, but here we go. Let's see. The Secret Service have the ability to investigate themselves from a procedural perspective. The FBI investigates the incident itself. This is something they did testify to. It was testified to. Gotcha. T-Rex says, I've been thinking about it. Have you? The FBI investigates after bad things happen. Okay, so Murph was answering this one right here. Maybe she didn't know. I doubt it. Let's see. But I mean, again, I think that they told her to always refer to the investigations ongoing. We've heard that so many times when we just want basic answers, you know, that they will do that. Okay. So, here's the run up. I won't do all of this. So basically this is the run up. I'm going to speed up some of this and then I'm going to slow it down for other parts. Literally got the call. Come on. Shoot her down, Trump out. These guys are making their way from the back. They go through the gate they rammed. Heading over to the building. And we're going to kind of speed it up a little bit. Okay, here they go. They're going to go in the building now. Okay. Let us in. Okay, here we go. We go in the building. This is what the inside looks like. I'll slow it down just a little bit more now.
Is that what the dude is too? Yeah, he's too. So the ladders are in route. The operators suffer lash relations with hands in front of them. So like you might need my station. Can't confirm my stats in the mail. Let's get operators take that first.
All right, let me slow it down a little bit more.
Ladder is coming up. So how we got up next corridor over. Okay. Right, like little, you'll see all the handprints on the suspect is directly above us.
The ladder's gonna be coming over here?
Yeah, they're gonna bring the backside.
So that corridor down there?
Okay, this is the one where the ladder is. This is the one they were showing earlier saying it was his ladder.
Here, what about that ladder?
Yeah. There's a ladder right
There's one back behind these bushes.
there. Can we use this ladder?
And then there's one over here. You see it? There it is. They're going to climb up it. This is the one that people were saying was his ladder. And they were saying the other one was this. There was a lot of confusion about the ladder. Turns out he didn't use a ladder. As you can see, that's not a 5-foot ladder. Right?
Hi, bro. Yep.
There's a small roof in the middle. If you're standing on the stage for the roof.
Okay, here we go. Up on the roof. Okay. So now we're going to see you can cross over from there. So obviously, I don't think he can. I think he got it from the middle. I really do.
Yeah. He was on a roof outside of the fence.
All right. That's him over there. There's the where one of the guards are, another guard. This guard's there the whole time. Actually, she moves back over here, I think, at some point. And that's right where it all took place.
You need anything? No, I need to. All right.
Okay, watch this. Boom. This is the crossover right here. We were just looking at. Back it up a little bit.
You need anything? No, I need to.
You see it? Pipe right there.
All right.
Or down here. It's another one, right? I believe there's another one right there. Okay, this is where it gets a little bit sketchy, but he blurs it out. YouTube, it's blurred out. It's blurred out. Okay. Blurred out. Blurred. Nothing to see here.
Set up solid perimeter around this building. Okay. Because we're gonna have to start.
Okay, so let's listen to what these guys have to say, because what they have to say, you know, could help some people that may think that it's you know, people are in on stuff, right?
We're gonna have to get access cleared out. Watch out for shell cases.
All right, so unfortunately, we're going to see some of that.
3, 4, 5 right there.
Okay, so they're all up there. Right over behind that one cop right there, behind this cop is where the weapon's laying.
All right.
You see it right there in the corner, right there. All right, we're going to get a good shot of it here in a second.
4 command.
I'm not sure what some of the trash is that's up there or what some of the other things are.
4 command.
Like this. Like, I don't know what these things are. I tried to zoom in on this stuff. So, I couldn't identify it as anything more than just like debris. Like, I did zoom. I did stop the video when I watched this the first time and then zoomed in on things, you know, so I could try to get a better look at them. Like you see this, like nobody would put their weapon down here, right, guys? Like no one would just lay their if this guy wouldn't just lay his gun down and just walk around, right? You always keep it on you no matter what, right? Let's see. Notice the metal lip down the center peak. That's what was blocking the sniper's visibility behind Trump's left shoulder, the one that took the shot. Gotcha. That makes sense. It makes sense.
Alpha 18 to 4 command.
All right, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit.
4 Delta.
Come on, my normal viewing speed here. Oh man, I didn't talk to you guys about the other 20-year-old who did something just as off the wall, right? So I don't know. Let me turn this down. I'll talk while we're kind of watching because they don't say too much, but there's a point where he talks about the shell casings right here. He's got his phone out. He's communicating. Okay, so real quick, in case you guys didn't know, a 20-year-old on an ATV, I think yesterday or the day before, very recently, ran over and killed an 80-year-old putting a Trump sign in their yard. Why? We don't know. Because immediately after doing so, this person was overcome with guilt, called the police on himself, and then took his own life. Right? In disbelief of what he had just done. Attacking and ending the life of someone for simply putting a Trump sign in their yard. Right? Ran over them with an ATV. And instantly regretted it. Right? But what kind of mind control what was they thinking about when they did the act? Like what drove them to do that? Oh, freaking Trump vote, Trump voter. Their lives aren't worth anything. For a minute there, this person who ran over an elderly person with an ATV and ended their life, their long life, right? Simply for supporting Trump. Thought it would be okay. Thought it would be okay. And no, he was not what you're saying there, James. But then snapped out of the mind control just like that. Talk about activating, right? They saw someone with a Trump sign, got activated, was on a moving weapon, basically. You got to take off, Wolfram? All right, buddy. Thank you so much for everything, man. Have a good night. I'll see you Saturday night, all right? Thank you for everything. Madcore, what's up, buddy? There's a lot of mind control going on. ATM and people at the moment, and people don't realize it. Yeah, that's the truth. That is the truth. It's the truth. And that's why I pointed out. That's why I want to stop and talk about that. I meant to say it earlier. But yeah, I mean, what was in the mind of that other 20-year-old, right? Maybe the same type of subversion that caused this guy to do what he did. This guy planned it out. The other guy reacted immediately and said, okay, I'm going to run around, and saw it and said, I'm going to run over this person. Maybe they didn't mean to actually hit him. Maybe they meant to just scare him and actually hit him. Lost control. Maybe that's what it was. It doesn't matter. The mentality of harassing someone because they support Trump, because they've been told that they're the enemy and they hate people and they're racist and they're all these things, right? They've had this pounded into their minds. A 20-year-old, right? Since before they were teens at this point, right? Let's say 20. Well, okay, it's barely teenagers since they were little. 2016 to now, 15. Yeah, it's 8 years later. Yeah, 8 years. So, you know, since they just became teenagers, they've had this pounded in their head, and you know, and they saw what in 2016, people were a lot more aggressive about that as well, right? They were a lot more aggressive. They've not as aggressive this time because I think they're starting to realize that, you know, that they've been lied to. But you know, some people still are activated, and when they see something like that, they think they're gonna, you know, they think they're part of they think they're part of the establishment or something. I don't know. They think they're part of this elite force that's protecting America from saving it, their democracy, you know, whatever the fit the planet in their minds. Right. So, anyways, yeah, like I said, it wasn't the only 20-year-old in recent weeks to kill somebody over Trump. And so, you know, it's the propaganda that's triggering these kids. That's the mind control we're talking about. It's a mix of operant conditioning, operant conditioning and classical conditioning. Yeah, it's a toxic mix, man. And they know that by doing this, that some people are going to react badly and activate and cause and commit violence. They know it. They still, the means justify the end of these people. This woman looks like she's in shock, right? She's like, oh my God, I never thought I'd have to see anything like this. Like, she looks like she's getting sick. Here we go.
Myself and Michelle will be out with the suspect on the roof. Several of the members at Fort Griffith. Male is deceased.
You know, just real quick too. Unpopular opinion: self-deleting after committing a harmful act has a certain honor to it. It kind of is like a regret, like instant regret. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know.
Automatic Secret Service. I have no idea. Oh, geez. I thought you wasn't coming. Oh.
And I mean, you know, hold on. I want to stop on that frame. I talked about the showcases here in a second. Like, I don't remember exactly where. I'll turn this helicopter down. I'm listening. But anyways, there's that. Talk about the detonator.
This is who's very cold out.
Helicopters, all that stuff. They come up there and they search them. It does a good job covering the guy's phone too. I mean, just making sure it's safe. Perfectly blurred out.
No, we can't leave now. So you'll be good. You can go down a little bit farther. There's one of the, somebody had the hand. Somebody had the hand. Do you know who had the hand injury, sir? You know who had the hand injuries? They said one of the SWAT guys had a hand injury. Okay. Okay.
The guy got up on the roof. He tried to get on the roof. Did he injure his hand when he fell? You know. See, there you go. There's a good close up of the weapon right there. And I just want to know if anybody knows if that's, you know, a collapsible. It's really thin and small compared to the other weapon the officer over here has, the guy over here has. I mean, when they talk about AR, assault weapon, right? It's like when you see what a real weapon of war looks like, there's no comparison. So I did take up close images of this. If anybody needs it, it's a cheap AR. Is there a possibility that could have folded up and like he could have been, concealing that in a way that would be hard to identify? That would be my big question to anybody out there in the crowd who understands what these things look like and what they're capable of doing as far as folding up and retractable, whatever. The trees in the background were blocking the sniper behind Trump's right shoulder. Seeing at the end of this video, he popped his head up because he couldn't see him. He couldn't take the shot. Yeah. Why wasn't he? Why didn't right away? Yeah, exactly. He couldn't get a clean shot. He needed to get the clean shot. I guess, or just wait for backup to come around. But it's like, at some point, if you can't do it, you risk hurting some other people. I guess it looks collapsible. Looks like a collapsible stock. There you go. That's what I was thinking. So if he could fold it up, and maybe that that debris we saw was some kind of wrapping around it, that he unwrapped it. Maybe he had it under his shirt. Could have possibly fit? You can't take a backstop off. It would be. You can't take a backstop off, or it would be a handgun. I think they are making pistol shoulder stop illegals. Okay. So yeah, so like we're trying to figure out how people are like, how did he come running through there with this AR, blah 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 blah. It's like it's easy, like if it's concealable, like just in a minor way. It didn't have to be majorly concealable, but if he wasn't going through the checkpoints, he was wandering around an unsecure area or an area outside the perimeter, right? And he had it concealed in a way that most people wouldn't think that's what that is at first glance. That could have been how he did it, right? There was a lot of talk about, well, how did he do it? Was he able to get this weapon through there? And I was thinking, he concealed it. That was my first take. He concealed it in some way. Testimony said it was a collapsible stock, was in his backpack. So the backpack itself had it in there with there you go. The backpack is seen in the video. Which video? Oh, in this video? I think they said the backpack wasn't in the room at this point. Here, hold on. I saw a backpack too. I saw the backpack too. But I was going by what the officer said on the roof. They thought the backpack was in the office at this point. Like somebody had moved it or something. It's by the edge of the roof. Okay, I thought maybe that was it too, because they had someone standing right beside it.
You say you do?
Hey, 357, how's it going? Thank you for coming by. Okay, that right there is one of their backpacks, I think. Or actually, that could be his backpack, because I know the guy that came up there to actually do a search and to search his pockets actually went into that backpack as well. So that could be what it is. I'm just looking at that angle right there from what he must have seen when he was laying down. What's that right there? God, watch the wind's blowing. Oh, that flag. I don't know if that's from the helicopter or if that's just what's going on. Somebody comes up here in a minute. They start talking. Going over the evidence.
No.
Here we go.
Let them come up and mess with that thing. Good.
It is a remote control device. It is gray in color, about 5-6 inches tall, about 1.5 to 2 inches wide, powered by a 9-volt battery.
We're talking about the remote detonator.
Can you flip that over? Or should I just leave it? There wasn't pictures of it from the spawn squad.
It's communicating with the bomb squad, asking for what the remote looks like.
Copy that.
All right, there's more of this for a while.
I don't.
Okay, see, they're over there at that bag. There's actually 2 bags over there. One's standing up, one's laying down.
He has a rangefinder and cell phone as well.
Rangefinder, cell phone. You can see the cell phone laying next to him.
I do not. I have a pair of regular gloves if you want them.
Do me a favor. Med kit. There's going to be coffee here. Just open a little bit of
He helps him get his gloves out. He's going to search him.
Glad I decided to grab this back. I'm glad I decided to grab that back.
A rangefinder. I think it's in the cargo pocket.
Is it on the rangefinder?
Please put it out over the air. The actor was last.
See, that's where you get a really good look at it. That's where I got my screenshot from, right there. I was looking for that, looking for a scope, looking for whatever. If that helps guys, that can analyze what kind of error that is, if it's collapsible. It seems like likely that that's the case, yeah. There's just weird little things like this and this on there too. And over here, there's more stuff. He walks by it. Yeah, okay, hold on. Boom. Wait. So I'll go right back to it. All right. I didn't do anything crazy. Let's go. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Boom. Okay. Okay, there you go. See, she's there with that right there. And then there's this one.
Michelle, if you want to tuck down on that lower roof, you're good. If you feel more comfortable there. Whatever you're comfortable with. I mean, we got you covered, but if you feel comfortable on the lower roof, we're going to be stuck here for a little while.
I'm not concerned with remotes.
Hey, whose backpack is that?
He did. He'll show you the picture of the bike and the backpack he had.
Will you be able to text it to me? You arrange?
Yeah. Let me get
show it to me first in case it doesn't come through.
So this was his picture. There it is.
You hear it? Backpack on a bike.
Yeah, I got a picture
She said a backpack and a bike downstairs.
of it. How far? Where's that at?
Last I was on the west side of the building.
Over there.
Okay, west side of the building.
Hold on. What's your phone number? Hold on one second.
Okay, this could get loud. He bleeps out the phone number. So, hold on. Stop.
All right, I'll look for it. Call me. My phone's silent text. It rings. If that phone starts ringing or something, call me in case you got someone working with them. I'd like to secure it.
Okay, so they have his phone up.
Once you get it, grab the Faraday bag. I can't be concerned.
Faraday bag for the phone, right? But they want to know if it rings in case someone's calling them, right?
Call me. Bomb squad is heading down to where the fight.
They're still working on the car situation right now. It seems like.
Not sure what kind of front layout set around it, but they do believe that this device may be
It looks very similar to like a garage door opener. It's got numbers 1 through 12 on it.
Got
It
a
had a
removable
9-volt
antenna too.
an extendable antenna. Yep, let me know.
There's the infamous that they should have done something from the window position. All right, I might have muted something there. Nothing. Okay. So, anyways, yeah, this this is what it looks like after one of these things happen. So you're kind of getting a good idea of what people go through after this stuff too. He said something like gas meter. It's not important. So, anyways,
We'll make sure you're good.
I was like, I'm gonna die.
Trying to see if I see
all right. There's a good look down.
gas meters anywhere.
There's that tree. There's those trees. You said you said he climbed up on the east side and made his way to the west side.
Because if he has this device.
So are we talking like it crossed over the little connector? We believe he crossed over it, or was he already on the same building? He just moved down from one end to the other. There's two backpacks.
A couple guys up there asking if you're aware of any gas meters you may have seen.
It's something about gas meters. People looking around. Any ideas about gas meters?
Copy. If you happen to see one in any type of device on, let me know. I'll relay it. Whatever they calm down for the I'm pretty sure Service or FBI.
I just been sitting. I've been texting stuff to command with like literally notations, like when you found that, so I could.
All right.
Both sides. C8. You know who hit him?
Wait.
You know who hit him?
Yeah, we hear from the sniper too. If we ever get to hear from the sniper, that would be amazing. Let's see. Probably gonna hear an amazing story about that. At least the how it went down. Informative.
They popped the battery out, and then they're going to check. There's a bike with a book bag that he was with. They're going to check that now.
Okay, so there's a bike with a book bag. The book bag is with the bike. That's so I don't think it's on the roof.
It's on the west side of the building.
Unless he had two.
So we don't know. So this is the guy that
Yes, that they sent
saw.
yes, Beaver County sniper seen and sent the pictures out. This is him.
Okay. All right.
Right, we're right there, obviously.
Got it. So the bike in the back, is he on that bike?
We don't know.
We don't know. So
I
we're
don't
just treating that as suspicious device.
Oh, 1 second. I believe the sniper that seen these and sent the pictures is right inside this building. Michelle, is Greg in there? All right, so if you go to that window that's open and yell for Greg, that's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
Okay, so you hear that? The sniper from the guy in the window saw him on the bike, saw him sit the backpack down, and then lost sight of him. All right. So the non Secret Service sniper on the second floor of the adjacent building. You can see the window of this video. Yes. Okay, that's the guy they were talking to. Greg. Guess Greg, is it? See, unbelievable. They didn't have a spotter on the water tower. Yeah, everybody's complaining about the water tower not being covered. They could only see him if they had stuck their heads out the window, right? But they got a report. They got a picture of him on the bike. So they went to go find him because they lost sight of him, and that's why they weren't in the window. I can't believe they didn't just take him from the window. This is absurd. You know how dumb people sound now that we're freaking out about that because they didn't have all the information. You gotta wait in these situations for your own sake, for your own integrity's sake. Was it local law enforcement sniper or Secret Service? I believe it was Secret Service. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it was Secret Service because those are the guys that are around Trump, and it came from his direction over there. I think he was a Red Roof guy. Okay, yeah, they didn't have drones that day. They didn't have them. I guess the drones were busy at the Joe Biden event, right? Yeah. So that's one of the, again, a failure in process, a failure in protocol, right? Poor Greg. I'm old Greg. Yeah. He said Biden sent all the drones to Ukraine. That's right.
He's the one that sent the pictures out. I don't know if you got the same ones I did.
I think I did. Yeah. He's like got his glasses on and he's.
So we had the picture of that. I got that. Okay, and then this is his bike with the stuff, and our sniper seen him.
There he is. I guess you could barely make it out. A little figure right there. I think that's what it is. He's pointing you right to it.
Walking away from that, I believe.
Okay,
but
I'll back it up.
Okay, and then this is his bike with the stuff, and our sniper seen him walking away from that, I believe.
Okay,
but he would be right inside that window. He's the one that physically seen this, sent the pictures, and called it out.
Okay, so and we have somebody detained, correct?
That I don't know.
Our guy that was just up here told me that there's a guy detained who's the owner of the bike, and I said, no, that's the owner of the bike.
Yeah. We've been up here, so we wouldn't know that information.
We just don't ask. We got over it.
All right. So questions arise about who owns the bike. Was it his bike or no? This was the questions I'm talking about earlier. That there were people. There was some question about whether it was actually his bike or not. Whether he was the same guy they spotted. But we're saying it's weird. It gets weird here, doesn't it? Because there's some confusion about we got people detained. We got this other guy detained. They got people detained. Witnesses are people who the guy says he owns the bike. Maybe he sold the guy's bike.
Is that all your stuff?
That was one of our
Yeah, so someone came up looking to treat him.
Yeah, okay. So they just clarified the stuff on the roof didn't belong to him. So so he obviously had unpackaged the weapon before he got up on the roof, before he climbed up on the roof. They said that those bags were someone who tried to come up and treat him early on.
Gas is off to the building, just so you know. Thank you. Yeah, they do. I talked to the guy. They were supposed to be able to detain filmed.
I filmed it.
Maybe
Okay.
They were, maybe they weren't. But I think it's the guys that saw them filming were like, oh, they were filming us, and then filming the guy up on the roof, and then filming us, and then when the shots started firing, they tried to run away. Isn't that what everybody would do that have a phone?
Right.
I'm not saying it's football, but you know what I mean? Like that.
It's looking here right now, right?
Right. So
It's pretty typical behavior.
I got no problem detaining them. Again, I'm just trying to detain those guys, find out what they know, who they are, whatever. I'm trying to get clear information to relay back to DC. We have one shooter deceased. I think we have 3 victims in the crowd. You guys hear that too?
That I'm not sure.
So I heard 1 deceased, 2 white flagged.
I know 2 helicopters taken off.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know how many.
Hello.
We're almost at the end of this. All right. So this is pretty much the bulk of the information.
No, that's correct. I will try to. In the van. Did he survive? Copy.
Okay. So what I wanted to say here is there's as much of the real life stuff that can happen on there. And there's some jokes going around about him not having enough hair in his legs and stuff like that. I get it. So it's like so sometimes comedy is a good deflection, right? But what I'd like to point out is that, for someone loved this guy, and it's sad that his mind was taken to this place and he was turned into this. And a lot of it was probably, it was a good mix of self-inducement and propaganda. But, as a parent, you're looking at this stuff and you're seeing a young man that's, his life is over and who hurt other people in the process of that life ending, and if you're the parent, I can be pretty empathic, pretty empathic person in a sense that, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I'm watching this is my third time through it. And I'm like thinking, like, the parents watching this, they're thinking about, oh man, I remember buying him those shoes, for Christmas. I remember him, wanting those and getting those for him because I loved him. And how sad it is that this happened. There's people harassing the parents in the grocery store, like they wouldn't have stopped this if they could have. They would have saved their son's life. It's ridiculous, that the people are getting harassed. And somebody was talking about how they would expect people to react that way. It's just how bad, how degenerate, society is in a lot of ways. That they think that it's their duty to harass the parents because, this guy lost it. We're not even considering that the fact that he's been bombarded by hate and slander campaign like we've never seen in our country, on all fronts, from social media to peer groups to young groups to the mainstream media to politicians to actors to media to entertainment. Everywhere it's been mixed in and jammed down these kids' throats. Right? That wasn't his parents' fault. This guy was an honor roll kid. He seemed to have a direction in life that he was going towards. It probably didn't seem to be that abnormal for a 20-year-old. That was a little awkward, but he had a future. He had a future. Now, James, dude, what would you think if something had happened to you and you'd lost it and done something like this and, your parents were looking down at that and you'd feel for them, right? I feel for them. And it's like, that was their baby. They were there for his first words. They fed him, they changed him, they kept him alive, all those years, they were there for the first time he said, I love you, the first time he rode a bike, all this magic kid moments were real for them. They were real for all of them. And it's just sad. Nobody can, he did an awful thing and there's no excuse for it other than to try to remedy the root cause issues behind it and try to keep other kids from ending up like this, or the ATV kid who's not with us anymore. His parents are suffering too. you know. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, at 20 years old, you're pretty much off on your own. You know, off on pretty much, doing your thing. And if you seem like you got your shit together, you got a job, you got a future, you're going to college, you just got a degree, you got accepted to another one. My parents they weren't paying much attention to me then either, at that age. They could barely keep up with me. But that was back in those times, man. It was a little different. I had a little different situation. I wanted to get out. But yeah, you wouldn't embarrass Jamal. You say that, but you did not grow up these days, man. I'm just saying that, yeah, you could say I wouldn't have done that, but I'm trying to say empathize, right? I'm saying trying to have empathy, because we need empathy in this world right now. Empathy could save the world if we could just realize it. It really could do a lot of good and heal a lot of damage if we just have more empathy. And we realize that we were all born innocent, love, and light. You, me, everybody here. We all just wanted to play at one time. And it didn't matter what we looked like, where we came from, how much money we had, what religion we are, any of that bullshit now. Politics, none of that crap. We just wanted to play. We just were fascinated by life. All of our first, all of that stuff. And some kids have it very rough, and they don't have those things. But for most people we do, but they still were, they still could be that awesome little kid. You can't forget that in these moments, even though we're mad that he killed somebody. We're mad that people were injured. We're mad that he almost took out the only hope we have in this kind of like the last hope of our country to turn things around politically, right? Without something very terrible happening and a lot of people having to, put their lives on the line and society crumbling around us. And up in Canada, you guys are already screwed, man. You guys got to take care of getting rid of Trudeau. I don't know what you're doing, but you ain't getting rid of him. He's been there forever. Get rid of him. Down here, Trump's our hope, and that could have been taken away from us. And that would have been awful. And everybody would have hated this kid. But, like I said, we all start off the same. We all start out the same. And it is sad. And I'm not trying to, I don't condone this guy. I condemn his actions. I condemn what he did 100%. But I also know his mind was warped by today's society and by today's criminal, corrupt establishment, pushing that shit out, pushing lies out, pushing grifts out. This is what happens when you live in a world like this. Good little kids turn into bad adults and they do bad things. Yeah, I know Canada is communist, but yeah, we're trying not to be. We're going to save you guys one day. You have to defect to America, man. If everybody in Canada just left, they would stop working, right? See, I'm 55. I'm a 55-year-old man, and still occasionally tell me I'm full of it. I'm 55, and my old man still. Yeah, exactly, man. Parents love you, man, and his parents loved him enough to, keep him alive and raise him and give him all the things he needs to be successful in life. Was it other kids? Was it was it awkwardness? You got to be there to the awkward phases. We all were awkward at one point, right? We all were awkward at one point. And the difference in a year can make when you're young, a difference a year can make to push you over that awkward phase and into studly phase. Because that's about how it happened for me. I went from years of awkwardness and insecurity and not being happy with myself or the world to suddenly being like, the world is out there and it's beautiful. And then, it's just little things that can change a person's life around. So, remember to have empathy. Don't let hate take your heart, right? Remember that everybody's someone's baby. And they're loved from somewhere. And that's all I got to say about that. But just seeing the kid laying on the roof like that, looking at his clothes, looking at his shoes, thinking like, those could have been his Christmas presents, that it's sad. And we shouldn't let our venom, our anger about the rest of it get in the way of remembering that we have to stop this abuse of kids. We have to stop the abuse of our people, of generations of our people, whether they're here or in Canada or wherever else, right? We have to stop it. This is why we fight. We fight to prevent our children, our grandchildren from anybody else from falling into this, And it's this criminal establishment that has enabled this through their cycle of abuse, their system of abuse that enables their system of control. You take these mechanisms away from them, they have no power. People will see through them and reject them and remove their consent for them. It'll take generations to do it. We can do it. Right. And so times like this, we remember why I put so much effort in. I remember why I put so much effort into things. I don't want to ever see this happen to anyone. I don't want to ever see this happen to one of mine. You know, that's why I put the effort in. That's why I do the things that I do. That's why I take the steps that I take, and I dedicate my time to things that are important instead of things that are bullshit. At least eventually, right? When I counted, that's where I went. That's where I turned. I turned away from the bullshit and the vices and the good time seeking, pleasure seeking side, and I turned into a responsible. I have a responsibility, not just to myself, but to my family, to my children, and to the future, and to each and every one of yours, to make sure that I raise my kids right, so that they don't do this to one of yours, right? And we have to reach people. We have to break this mind control device, this mind control machine on every continent, everywhere, by every government, every establishment of power, every globalist that ever tried to manipulate their way into more power and control. This is the results of their actions. This kid climbed on the roof because of them. He was influenced, persuaded, and turned into this. All right, guys, let's work on that. Let's do that. Let's remember. It's time to remember. All right, last thing, and then we're gonna get on out of here. Got one more thing I want to show. Just a little bit of what Tim pulled debunking on the way out the door. This shouldn't take too long, but I just want to show you what frantic, knee-jerk reaction stuff looks like, right? And just one last thing, I had to put this in the list. And then, of course, this also has to do with establishment subversion too. So where they're trying to take the narrative. Hey, Jacob Castro, what's up, buddy? Ron, look, Rolling Stones. We just heard from Ron Johnson. He could have been, Sheriff. He could have been. That woman's evil. That people like that need to not be paid attention to. They need to have people need to turn their back on people like that, right? Divisive. She's only out for herself. All right. So look at this Rolling Stone magazine. There's another divisive piece of propaganda, right? Ron Johnson puts his baseless secular shooter conspiracy theory. Pretty interesting video on the internet. We just heard from him. Did he really bring it up?
We have no official story. With 9/11, it's like, here's video footage of these guys bringing box cutters onto the plane. Metal detectors, security didn't pick these things up. Here's
what does it say? Tinfoil hat.
Here's where these guys trained. Here's where they came from. Here's where they were staying. Here's how they got to the airports. Here's the airports they chose. Here's how long they were on the planes. We had all that information that day.
Did we? Did we? I don't think so. I don't think it was that day. That day we were still recovering from the shock. People had a pretty good idea of what it may have been because there was warning signs. There weren't any warning signs for this. We just knew that it could have happened because people, so much hate and venom and slander and disinformation about Trump have been spewed out of there for 8 years from the establishment. We knew that it was likely, that it could happen. I think we always imagined it would be, something like this. Yeah, there's that too, man. There's that too. And but I don't think so. And I don't think that's a reason to get all upset and frustrated and frantic. Hold on, I'm going to slow this down just so you can get we'll make sure that it's authentic franticness.
Within the next few days, it was a complete, here we go. We're over a week out. We're going on 2 weeks. And the answer is, I don't know.
Don't know what? We know a lot. What you talking about? We don't know. What do you want? What do you want, dude?
So Ron Johnson and others, I think Eli Crane as well.
We have incompetence. We've done 2-3 hearings already, and incompetence is on the radar. Right? Lack of preparedness, bad venue selection, no one's listening to the senator from that state saying this is a bad idea. Yeah, incompetence. That's what we're looking at. So what story do you want?
And others in Congress have said, could there have been a second shooter?
Could there have been? That's an okay question to ask. Was there? Not likely. Most likely. You know, we kind of. Do you think the snipers would have figured that out too? Oh no. You know, do you think anybody else would have seen that? We would have seen shots coming from the water tower or something like that, or like bullets facing in that direction going down. I mean, come on, dude. You know, they're allowed to ask, was there anybody else involved, right? They're allowed to ask that at first, but then you put the pieces together and you realize that it's highly unlikely, and we have no evidence to that at this point.
I don't think it's unfair to question whether or not someone was there's an accomplice to this shooter. It could actually answer a lot of questions as to how he was able to bypass security, get his weapon.
He didn't go through security. It didn't bypass security. From what I understand, it was in the back. It was outside the perimeter. So what security are you talking about? And do you think an accomplice would help that happen? Why?
And get on the roof. How to get on the roof?
How to get on the roof?
His friend gave him a boost.
Oh, his friend gave him a boost. See what I'm saying? This dude doesn't do his research anymore. He's not researching this shit. He's trying to get shit out the door so fast and compete with the Quartering and Benny Johnson and whoever else. He's not even doing his job anymore.
How about that?
Peer review. I liked him. I still liked him. I'm not dogging him. Except for to say, do better.
And I'm not. And second shooter doesn't mean a government agent or anything like this.
Boost. We saw the footage. Did you not watch the footage? Look. The reason why I brought this up is because 10 hours ago he put this out. 10 hours ago. You're discrediting new media when you don't do your job. You don't take your time with this shit. You're so used to putting out stuff right away and getting 100,000 views in 10 hours, right? 11K likes. It's like maybe that's the real addiction going on here, you know? That you know, he's getting that endorphin every time he sees his videos go up. He has to be used to it by now. He's got 1.27 million subscribers, man. He's got his own coffee. I mean, that's why I'm giving him a hard time. He has a responsibility, and that's what I'm trying to get through to people. I'd like to, you know, I would love to talk to him. I would love to talk to all these guys I'm peer reviewing tonight, and be part of the conversation, you know, like, but they're not doing a good job now. They're not representing new media in a very favorable light, and they're going to make it really easy for the establishment to point over and be like, look at all these conspiracy grifters or theorists. They're going to call them theorists, right? But if you're just doing it to get views and clicks and money, you're grifting. If you know it's a lie and you still continue to say it, it's grifting. If you know that you haven't done your research and drilled to the bottom of the question to the void and gone to the bottom of the rabbit hole and back, right, to make damn sure when you put your name next to it, Tim Pool, your name next to it, that you're damn sure it's the closest thing to the truth that it's possibly reachable at that point. And I'm not trying to say that this guy is doing this. I think I said this a long time ago. I think he has rock star syndrome, where he's gotten so big so fast that he's not able to do what he used to do, to the point where it has the highest integrity, right? And he's maybe relying on other people that aren't doing him right. I think that's probably the case in Benny's case. I think that one dude that he thinks is so great, that's his buddy, actually is kind of a half-ass. I've debunked tons of his shit because of that guy. Oh, this is the guy who does all of it. Well, he's a half-ass, and I've heard him talk, and he doesn't really know completely what he's talking about. So, you know, but they get the big views.
It means someone else may have been helping him and got away. Why is the media so quick to be like, no?
Because no one's being quick to it. Why are you being so quick to think that there's more people doing it? No one else was caught. No other bullets flew from any other direction. Give him a boost up. Where are the people crying about? The people saw him getting on the roof. They're witnesses. Like, you're not being complete with your work.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it is weird. You should
Well,
do better.
I do think their play was, I do believe that there was a plot. I don't care if you call it a conspiracy theorist. The idea that this kid was able to fly a drone over the president's rally without any nobody.
Now he's thinking there's a plot. You see, it's funny. He was the most conspiracy averse person out there. That's why, and to the point where he didn't think any existed, I don't think. And now he's totally on the other side of it, like where he's gone too far.
Stopped him. Had a rangefinder. Nobody stopped him.
Okay, look, he flew a drone. That how he was able to fly the drone, we have to go back, and that's part of the investigation. Nobody stopped him. That's incompetence. So what he's doing right now, watch this again. I've said this from the beginning. Everything you're going to see is either going to go down this conspiracy or incompetence into these buckets, right? And like I've showed you tonight with the quartering and with Tim, they both and Benny, they're all jumping from one. They're using one to jump to the other and then back, right? They're trying to mix the two up. And what he's doing right now is he's starting to make a case for incompetence. But he just got through talking about call it a conspiracy, call it whatever, right? Let's back it up. He's going to make a case for incompetence right here, but think he's making a case for conspiracy?
No. It's weird, isn't it? Well, I do think their play was, I do believe that there was a plot. I don't care if you call it a conspiracy.
Whose plot? The kids' plot? The government's plot? Deep space plot? Whose plot?
Conspiracy theorist. The idea that this kid was able to fly a drone over the president's rally without nobody stopped him. Had a range.
Okay, I told you. I said, well, maybe they thought it was part of the security because maybe they usually do that. So I don't know. But we have to answer that question. That's in the questions that need to be answered bucket. Okay.
Rangefinder. Nobody stopped him.
Nobody. They did at the gate. They noticed he had a rangefinder. It was noted. That's when he got on the suspicious person list.
3 hours, 1 hour, 26, 10, and 2 minutes out. Nobody stopped him.
Okay, so that's that's combining a bunch of things at one time. The bottom line is he wasn't stopped, right? But there were people who were on to him. As soon as he got on the roof, people were shouting. Cops tried to get up there. They had a gun pointed at him. So yeah, there were people trying to stop him. All right, there were people. They just didn't get there in time. Nacho Kitty, what's up? I just got here, but I think the problem is that FBI isn't doing daily press conferences to update us. Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that. They've been doing committee hearings all week. We did one committee hearing Monday, one Tuesday. I didn't cover the one today or one yesterday. They probably did another one today. I don't know. It seems like there is people that are trying to do something. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I don't know that they're getting enough information to do that. Maybe they do need to have daily press conferences. Now, who would we listen to? It would come out of the Biden administration. No, would anybody listen to that? So maybe it's just these committee hearings, Congress, keeping it out of the executive branch or whatever, or keeping it off the mainstream media as the source of daily updates might be effective too. But I hear you. They do need to be. We need to have better procedures. If we have a more transparent society, this would be, maybe better. Maybe there'd be more trust. People would be willing to wait longer, be more patient, right?
And not only that, nobody stopped Trump from getting on stage.
Okay, this is where the lack of research and the lack of knowledge comes in and makes them sound very uncredible. Because, like I said, there's always suspicious people at these things. They always keep an eye on them, and nothing's happened yet. This is 8 years of nothing happening yet. We had one guy with a knife run up, tried to stab Trump. Remember that? He got taken out. And they may have fooled other plots that we never heard about because they didn't want to sensationalize them to give people the idea they could do this. We'll find out more. Maybe what we need to do is get Trump elected so he can come and disclose all this stuff for us. We could ask for it,
I'm sorry. You'd have to be a special kind of able mentally to believe those are all accidents.
Really? No, accidents or incompetence? What do you mean accidents? So you think that you'd have to be a certain kind of able to believe that? I don't know. Let's list the things that he's accusing people.
Was able to fly a drone over the president.
Fly a drone.
Rally without nobody stopped him. Had a rangefinder. Nobody stopped him.
Rangefinder.
3 hours, 1 hour, 26, 10, and 2 minutes out. Nobody stopped him. And not only that, nobody stopped Trump from getting on stage. I'm sorry.
Dude, I'm sorry. You
You
have
have
to. You'd have to be a certain type of able and a certain type of person who's too overwhelmed with his money and his playtime, right? To think that those putting that case together holds any freaking water, enough to call someone mentally disabled for believing that those things could happen. Debate me.
Be a special kind of able.
I think you have to be a special kind of lazy to come up with some shit like that.
Mentally to believe those are all accidents. It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Viva Fry calls it fractal wrongness. The media will say Tim Pool's a conspiracy theorist. No, I use Occam's razor, right?
Oh, but you're not. But you're not. You've lost your Occam's razor, brah. Where's your Occam's razor right now? It's fucking gone. You're talking about fucking people giving him a boost onto the roof. What's wrong with you?
Really don't like conspiracies because most conspiracies never end. If you believe there's a conspiracy, you can just keep making up reasons to fill the gaps in your conspiracy. I'm not a fan of that. In this regard, what I'll tell you right now is the only choice you have is to be a conspiracy theorist. There is no official.
No, but you can be a conspiracy researcher. You can be a conspiracy realist, right? And you can be a conspiracy grifter, right? Which is what you're doing.
Story. All you can do is say, a guy was on a roof with a gun. We don't know anything about why it happened or how it happened.
Again, if you're just tuning in, I'd like Tim Pool. I'm not trying to dog him. I'm saying this is sloppy fucking work.
Happened or how you bypass security. So
didn't bypass security, dumbass.
Any speculation as to how this went down is a conspiracy theory?
No. And that's a fallacy you've just committed right there. You've just committed a fallacy. Do you remember your trivium logic, Tim? You might want to check in on that. You might want to do a refresher course.
That's right. Yep. Any thought you have on the matter is a conspiracy theory.
No, not at all. Again, another fallacy.
Security saw him there but wanted to happen. Oh, so you're saying that they knew? And well, it's conspiracy theory.
No, again. You're jumping to conclusions on that, man. You're creating a scenario. What do they call it? You're creating a scenario, right? That didn't happen. You're what do they call it? They have a name for it. I'll think of it in a second.
Because there's no main story. There's no hypothesis. There's no theory as to what happened.
Yeah, there is. A kid got a gun and climbed on a roof and shot at the president because he didn't like him. Because, there's plenty of them, dude. What are you talking about? Because the government's not rushing up to your expectations and coming right out and giving you everything that you think you deserve right now. You think you have the right to go on and talk to millions of people, right? And spread this bullshit?
Here we go. Rolling Stone says, Ron Johnson pushes baseless second shooter conspiracy theory. Why baseless?
I didn't watch the rest of this.
You've given us no narrative. There's nothing here.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. His name is Thomas Crooks. He's 20 years old from Bethel, Pennsylvania. Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. All right. We know that he was pro Biden. Okay. We know that he donated to Act Blue. All right. So we know what his political leanings are. Okay. We know that he went to school at Bethel Park High School. We know that he was into computers, right, at a high level. We know that he was an honor student and had an interest in math and technology. All right, we know that. Okay, so that explains a lot of things if you actually look into it, right? So what was his motivation? We're still looking for the motive, but it doesn't matter. He climbed up a roof and shot somebody. What you're trying to do is trying to figure out if there's some kind of deep state conspiracy to go with this, or if it was just a result of all their subversion, right? So where's your Occam's razor? What's more likely, Tim? That there was a grand conspiracy with deep rooted. He trained the gun range with Homeland Security, and like he went to all this shit that you're going to come up with, right? Or that he got spun up by propaganda and took matters into his own hands because he felt like he had nothing left to lose, or like he in his own mind thought that he was the one that was supposed to do it. He was the one that was going to be the hero because he'd never been a hero in his life. Where's your Occam's razor now, dude?
The only thing, aliens, I guess. Aliens came down and fired lasers at Trump.
Oh, okay. So let's go to absurdity. Let's default to absurdity. You should be called Tim Fallacy tonight.
Because there's no official story from any government official. FBI director.
What official story do you need, Tim? What official story are you pining for? You need it so bad to understand to sleep at night. What official story are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you talking about? What do you need? The guy climbed up on a roof and shot the president. That's the official story. All right, that's where we start. We get into the details. That's what happened. Everybody saw it happen. Like, what do you need? You want you want to be right more than you want the truth, or do you? What is it? Are you willing to wait for the truth? I don't get it.
Ray said, I don't know. I don't even know what hit Trump. Okay, Trump got hit by a laser beam.
So whatever, sure.
Government has no answer. We have no idea. We're guessing.
No, I'm just thinking this guy, dude, it's like he puts these videos out and influences people and he's half-assing it. And he can do better than this. I know he can.
If you want to speculate that Trump was hit by shrapnel.
Okay, so now you're back to that. Now you're back to the establishment speculation, right? Where they're trying to pivot off the narrative by making it seem like it's not a big deal. That's their political agenda. Now you're on to that. Does he even know where he's going with this stuff? Or am I the only one who sees this? Furby, what's up? Tim hosted the Andrew Wilson and Richard Spencer debate. It was literally the Andrew and Tim debate because Tim's ego is far bigger than the Hindenburg. You know, I think he really wants to do well, but I just think that he's, you know, one, he doesn't have any fucking skin in the game. He needs to have kids. That'll mature his ass up a lot, right? That's the missing piece in Tim's puzzle. Because right now he's just a cocky single guy that has no skin in the game. But
I could add anything I want to that list. It was actually a bee. That's right. It was there was a man with bees, and
he's being absurd right now. He's being absurd.
Someone got this guy through.
So when you're questioning, right? He says, was it one rifle or was it more than one? Right? I've seen some pretty interesting videos on the internet by experts that certainly call into question what the FBI is telling us about a single shooter. He's talking about Robert Guevara did the analysis on showed the analysis on the gunshot sounds, right? And like literally the last one on there was a reverb from them hitting the microphone, I believe. But it didn't say, it's like there was a particularly, I think there was one random, one other one. We'll figure out more. It's not that important right now. Like, how is this going to solve the problem of what's going on? The incompetency in the Secret Service, how poor of job they did and left this wide open gap for someone who wanted an opportunity and saw it and took it. Who knows where he would have turned up again if they had done their job right that day. He probably wouldn't have tried it. And then he would have gone on to some other place and tried it again. Maybe he would have tried it with somebody else. I don't know. Maybe it would have been JD Vance and out on the road because he was the easier target. I don't know. Maybe that, but obviously their failure that they had at that event opened up the possibility and everything fell into place, right? You had a guy there that was spun up and ready to go. He saw an opportunity and took it.
Because this is the stupidest thing I've ever read. There's no second shooter. Okay.
Yeah, because you know why they were there, Tim? You weren't. It's so dumb. Why isn't it the way I want it to be? I don't understand. Why isn't it the way I want it to be? This is so dumb. I'm very smart. I have my own YouTube channel. It's like that seems like his attitude. He's like, oh, but I'm Tim Pool. I've got it all figured out. I come up with the really smart, answers. I went on Joe Rogan's show and said something really cool to this guy. It just seems like he needs to take a break. Look, Tim, if you don't want the responsibility of influencing people and what that means, right? Get out of the news business. Go play your guitar, make your songs, skate in your skate park, spend your money, go to that van down by the river you said you'd be happy to live in, right? And hey, why don't you settle down and have some kids or something, right? If you don't want the responsibility of delivering the truth instead of a bunch of absurd speculation, right, to spin people up your millions of viewers, then don't do it. We don't need a repeat of the establishment media on the other side. And I think, I think Ray's smug attitude and lack of information made people angry. Well, yeah, I mean, we've had that all week, but the guys, the state police that came to the Homeland Security Committee, they were pretty damn good. They told us a lot of stuff, and we got the body cam footage. You know, he needs to slow the fuck down. Is what he needs to do. Johnson is trying to get ahead of the report, planting speculation to completely discredit whatever it is that will be delivered on December, discrediting the agencies. Okay, so he's talking about the gunshot analysis, like the sound, right? You're okay. I hear 1, I hear 2, I hear 3. That stuff. That's what he's talking about. That's a thing. I said, then he gets a pretty interesting video. Johnson's referring to the maybe blurred footage of the water tower near. Okay, so there's that too, right? Is it interesting? He's asking, well, I saw it. It's interesting. Was there anybody up there? Do we know if there's anybody up there? He didn't say, well, I think you're lying. I think you're lying. He didn't say that afterwards. He just asked if that was the case. A lot of people were asking about that.
Okay.
But I mean, it was blurry and it was hard to tell if there's what it was, right? It could have just been someone climbing up there. Look, don't ever climb on buildings around Trump rally. You might get hurt. You don't want to do that, right? But did anything come from that direction? No. We know that for a fact, right? We know that for a fact. There were no bullets fired from that direction. Was anybody hurt? Were bullets coming from that direction? No. It's a very distinct angle, right? If it was a sniper with a scope, why didn't he finish the job? What? He got freaked out? He was hidden. You know, nobody was looking at the water tower. Why don't you ask why the second shooter didn't finish the job? Because he wasn't there. Where's your Occam's razor?
You've not given me any official narrative, so I can say whatever I want. Ron Johnson irresponsibly spread an unsubstantiated conspiracy theory that there was a second shooter in the.
All right, hold on. I'm done with this. Hold on. Is there anything else? Okay, so is this where we see the footage?
The FBI director doesn't even know it hit Trump. I have no idea there was only one shooter.
Yeah, or he's downplaying it.
Give us your official story, your official narrative. Don't actually have a story. None. How it spread. When they begin to do, it's of course, it's Brandy Zadrozny, part of the fake news team over at NBC News. A modern version of the discredited grassy knoll conspiracy.
Yeah, but guess what, dude? You're the one fueling it. You're one of the ones fueling this stuff. So yeah, they're going to pull this up and they're going to demonize our side. This is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to conspiracy grifting, man, and what they do to the new media. I mean, he's showing it right in front of us, right? That now the mainstream media could take and lash on to your knee-jerk, unsubstantiated speculation, right? Without we've been tracing this thing from the beginning, and we've done a base job. We've never jumped the shark, right? And we've walked it in, and we've managed not to give in to the establishment narrative. We've managed not to give in to anything. We're taking it all piece by piece, and we've come up with very base takes on this stuff all the way through, right? Anything that's off the rails, we haven't necessarily immediately dismissed it, but we looked at it rationally and said, could this have really happened? Is this really true? What's more likely to have happened? And always along the way saying that more information will come out. So we'll keep addressing this. We'll keep going over this every week until we figure out what's going on, right? Because these guys aren't going to do a good job, obviously. And then they're going to come out at the end and go, see, we told you. And they'll just go with whatever was said. See, we told you that. No, you didn't. Go back and watch your own videos. And see, he's mad about this. So Tim's always a little bit behind sometimes. He's mad about this, yet he's helping instigate it. So many other people are helping instigate this perception of us, which is going to scare away people we're trying to reach. Right? They don't want to be some tinfoil crazy dude, right? Because they're going to come up with stuff like this. They could, every time we fuck up and jump the shark, they're there to capitalize on it, and they always will. And if you think that the government's so awesome, they can pull all this shit off, right? If you're willing to give them that much credit to do all this stuff, right? Then why aren't you giving them credit in the world of COINTELPRO, right? What they're actually doing. Like, why aren't you giving them credit that they would know, they would be able to predict this and run with it to discredit the people who don't want to kneel to the establishment anymore? That's what I'm saying. We're trying to fight a fight here. We're trying to win out against a corrupt force, a criminal force that is way ahead of us, has way more power than us, and has control over things that they could snap their fingers and make society a fucking hell. And things like this keep us from unifying and getting people out of from underneath their control. They keep us from preventing tragedies like the ATV kid and the assassin, right? Kids influenced by mainstream media, right? Who are now telling kids not to listen to you because you are off the rails about something you obviously haven't researched enough, that you think that you can look at it with your own expert eyes and automatically make an assessment on it. You're not willing to listen. You're not willing to go back and redo things. And like, I guess he doesn't feel any embarrassment when he actually misleads people. And that might be part of the problem. I don't know. Again, I don't dislike Tim. I'll still listen to Tim. I'll still refer to him when he's on point. I'll still give him peer reviews and call him out when he's off point, right? Because he influences more people than I ever will in one episode. It seems like that, right? He's got the responsibility on his shoulders, right? Be diligent.
Theory. Don't know, don't care. We're well past this point. Ron Paul has come out and said the CIA killed JFK. RFK Jr. in...
What does that have to do with anything? Yes, he did. What does that have to do with anything? And then, so he's going down there, acoustic evidence. He's so behind. This stuff's already been gone over. When is this from? July 16th. He's referring to an article from July 16th. Today is July 26th. 10-day-old article. 10-day-old article. That's what you're doing? This was out 10 hours ago. Anyways. So, like I said in the title, Grift debunking. That's what I'm doing here. And is he grifting or is he just being an idiot? I don't know. And here's what he's really upset about. Cast down on Trump being struck by a bullet. Yes, that is infuriating, Tim. I'm mad about this too. So we agree on something. Let's leave it at that. Because I think they're going to try to smooth over the narrative. They're going to try to act like it wasn't a big deal. They're going to try to paint Biden as a hero for stepping down. He's going to have smoke blown up his ass in just a matter of weeks at the DNC convention. He's going to be paraded around and as the ultimate hero and the most perfect president ever. When we all know it's not the case, and it's going to infuriate each and every one of us, right? This whole idea, this guy's an idiot. He doesn't like Trump. He never should have been able to stay in office while Trump was there. He snow-jobbed Trump. He caused a lot of problems for Trump. He's an enemy of Trump. Of course, he's going to try to play it down and not let Trump emerge as this hero that he is, that he survived, the survivor that he is. He's not going to allow it. All right, guys. Anything else, Timmy? I don't know. Okay, hold on. Oh, Mr. Beast. Oh, poor Mr. Beast. Creepy. All right. I'm not going to play that. Anyways. Guys, that's it for tonight's Winning 2024. Hope you have enjoyed tonight's episode. Hope you learned a lot. Base takes always. That's what we do it. We don't jump the sharks. We don't. And hey, look, these guys putting out this stuff the way they do, prime examples of things I talk about when it comes to just grifting the scene and not being integral in our work. Are we going to be the new media? Are we going to be better than what we grew up with? Are we going to be better than the propaganda outlets of the establishment? You think just because we don't believe what they say that we can't fall victim to becoming what they are? You're using psychology, in your titles. You're using psychology in your assertions, right? And you're not doing complete research. And before you get up there and spout off your opinion, well, it's just my opinion. Your opinion's influencing hundreds of thousands of people. If you just want an opinion, okay, just want to have an opinion, just talk amongst your friends. They're the only ones who, if you're going to be a media outlet, you have a responsibility to the truth. And if you don't reach that responsibility, you're a failure. See, I think maybe we should mostly ignore the DNC otherwise and make it a story. Yeah, I'm not going to cover the day in and day out of the DNC. I'm going to just do I'll do some summaries. Thanks for the great show, chat. Joining us. It's been fun. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. You guys rock the house. Everybody's awesome. Stay basic, y'all. I'll be back this Saturday night at 9 p.m. for Winning Saturday Night. This will be the last one of the month. I won't do one the following week because I have something to do the following week. Oh, that's the first of the month. So this is the last one of the month. Winning Saturday Night. Good news of the week. Funny videos. That's what it's going to be about. We're going to have a good time. I'll have a little bit of topic up front, but it'll be, I won't hit any of this stuff, hopefully. But I'll be back next week with more Winning 2024, more on these topics, more on election topics. I'm trying to break this up into a couple times a week. I want to do, this show is becoming, I'm doing this show more and more, and I want to be able to, make it about politics and about things that concern the election and so on. So as those occur, I will spring up. If I can, if that means a daytime stream for a congressional hearing or something important, then that's what we're going to do. I don't have that in front of me. As for now, I've scheduled it for twice a week. If I need more, there will be more. Oh, I didn't mean you shouldn't cover it if you wanted to. No, I didn't want to cover it. I don't want to cover the DNC. I just want to do summaries. That's all. I couldn't sit there and listen to them for 4 days. It's lying to me. I would put my fist through the damn monitor. And that would not be good. All right, guys, let's get out of here. Thank you guys for hanging with me tonight. Love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for the support and everything you do. Thank you, mods. Thank you, people watching on X, Rumble, wherever you are. Make sure to subscribe, follow, hit the thumbs up, share. Let people know that we do the base takes here at Winning Reality. That's what we're doing. All right, guys, and until next time, everyone, keep on winning.
I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.